training will spill over. So from yesterday, today, and we'll continue and end it tomorrow. I welcome you to this training workshop. Remember where you are. I don't want you to forget. That's why I keep on reminding us. This is the Integrated Institute of Professional Management. And the course for this period is Business Development for Management Consultants. Please have it at the back of your mind or write it down somewhere. We welcome all those who are currently in this training on this platform and those who have just joined us. I noticed just a few persons joined us.
It's Pedro, the awesome.
You're also welcome. We recognize and are following you closely. We thank you for your active participation yesterday. We thank you for, we believe there will be also active and conscious participation today. My name is Nakwe Augustine. I'm the program coordinator for the Integrated Institute of Professional Management. And I have my team here with me. You'll get to meet them during the course of the training. Please note, for those who are saying, we saw another message on the WhatsApp platform, please note that the message you have seen on the WhatsApp platform, yes, it's really coming from us, but every term and condition still remains. So therefore, we are still working with our terms and conditions. Note, therefore, we had to allow again everybody enter because of the spillover of this training that we have noticed. So do bear that in mind. We welcome those who have made their payment, and we thank you for making your payment. We thank you for understanding with us, because you did not just make this payment because you want to participate in this training, but because you understand the importance of this training for yourself and for the world at large. Because for those who have set out this goal to be a positive influence in the world, this is a very nice goal to set out. We are not encouraging us to continue putting very short-term and sometimes ineffective ambitions of just affecting myself, me, myself, and I. That philosophy should be eroded or erased from our memories and mentality. Set a long-term goal. Even a short-term goal is still good, but set a very positive and impactful long-term goal and short-term goal to affect both yourself and also to impact the society. So for you making this payment, we are fully convinced now that it is because of the impact you want to have on yourself and the society at large. That is the reason why you are making this commitment. And also, we mentioned to you about the MDA Corporate Social Responsibility Program that will be coming up on the 30th of June. I guess to contribute to the success of that program, you have also had it at the back of your mind to make this token contribution of 5,000 Naira. That is for those who contributed. For those who did not contribute, welcome, welcome. You are highly welcome to today's training again. We hope that you had the right reason. We had the right reason not to contribute. So we still ask that if you have, some persons actually have the urge to contribute, but the resources, we understand that. And that's why we are still allowing you to come in today. So we pray and hope that God will provide in case if you don't have the resources to join us today. If you are new, please, I would want us, we already had our introduction yesterday. I don't know if we are to repeat this introduction, but let me check if we have new members in our midst. So if you are new, I'm seeing Ifoma Mbaeyi Nwoha. I don't know if you were with us yesterday. If you are new, just go to the chat room and introduce yourself. All those I'm seeing here were with us yesterday. So welcome if you're new Ifoma. and any other participant who is new to this training. So without further ado, please, I need just a few seconds to get this projected to us. For those, okay, thank you very much, Ifeoma. Ma'am, we can see your information already displayed. Professor Ifeoma Elizabeth Nwoha, Department of Food Science and Technology, University of Nigeria, Nsukka, Enugu State, Nigeria. Thank you very much, and you're welcome, Prof. We hope that this will be what it will really be impactful also. All right, this is just a reminder about the training that we are participating in today. This business development program for consultants has been organized basically to target the following categories of people: the business consultants, also for business owners, intending business owners, and or those in the academia training future business owners. We also organize this training for prospective consultants. This program can be summarized as the ideas, initiatives, and activities that help make the role of business consulting better. This includes advising on the best possible ways of increasing revenues, growth in terms of business expansion, increasing profitability by building strategic partnerships, and making strategic business decisions. It also braces them for a do-it-yourself approach in managing their businesses or learning how to manage their businesses respectively. By the end of this training, all participants will be able to develop a feasible and cost-effective consulting models, create high-demand consulting products and services, work out an effective pricing, sales, and marketing strategies that will guarantee great sales and client retention. Set up and run a profitable consulting firm anywhere in the world. Diagnose business models. And finally, as we have on the list, this does not mean that this is a very exhaustive objective that this training is geared towards achieving. But for the sake of brevity, we have put down this. Finally, consult for consultants. The duration, we initially proposed 2 days and a minimum of 4 hours per day. But from what we have observed from the workload we are having, there will be a spillover to tomorrow. The terms and conditions, as we know, access to day one of this training is 100% free, but it has become day one and day two. To access day two training, participants will be requested to pay a minimum of 5,000 or its equivalent of $15. So please note, whenever I say day two, it is now day three because of the spillover we are going to have. Training materials, templates, and certifications are available at highly discounted rates of 30,000 Naira, or its equivalent of $105, as against what we usually have, 125,000 Naira, or its equivalent of $435. Sequel to the above, members of the Integrated Institute of Professional Management, our members, will be paying only a token of 20,000 Naira, or its equivalent, $60. That is, to access day 3 training, 5,000 Naira, or $15. To access day 1 and day 2 training, to access day 3 training, 5,000 Naira, the token we ask. Then to access the training materials, then the templates we are going to give to you. We mentioned handing you over already prepared templates that will make your consulting easy. And also the certification. Members will be paying 15,000 Naira for that. So which will sum it up to 20,000 Naira, 5,000 access fee, then 15,000 Naira for these materials, templates, and certification. Please note, and we always want to repeat to our hearings, all funds without reservation, all funds generated here will be used for humanitarian services. We have mentioned severally about the MDA CSR project, and we take that seriously. All funds generated, whether the 5,000 or even the membership, for those who will subscribe to any of the categories of the membership of the Institute, there is a discounted price. We have mentioned that yesterday, and we hopefully mentioned that today. Anything realized today during the course of this training, yesterday, today, tomorrow, will be put into that corporate social responsibility program for the directors, deputy directors, and assistant directors of the different ministries, departments, and agencies of the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. 100 of them will be coming on the 30th, and also for those who will make contribution towards membership, that 30th will also be the induction, proposed induction. Expected certification. Upon completion of the training, interested participants will be issued certificates as Certified Associate Business Development Consultants. Certified Associate Business Development Consultant. The mode of certification, certificate will be issued to those who complete their payment. 100% attendance for this program is a necessary condition for certification. Please, your attendance, not just, we hope, not just attending your device being present, but we want you active and conscious participation. Upon completion, how to get your certificate. Upon completion of payment, soft copies of the certificate will be sent to your emails immediately after the course. The hard copy will take a maximum of 28 working days for the processing and will be sent to your locations afterward. Please bear in mind that participants who desire hard copies will be responsible for the dispatch fee. Deadline for payment is June, sorry, this July that is projected here is it's a mistake. June 25th. You can begin to see why we are stressing before 30th, so that the funds realized will be used on that day, on the 30th, for the MDA CSR project. So deadline for payment, please help us work towards achieving this, is June 25th, 2022. Payment channel displayed on your screen and also on the different WhatsApp platforms is the payment channel. Okay, are the payment channels that you can make use of. For those in Nigeria, account name Integrated Institute of Professional Management, account number 2094200740, bank name United Bank for Africa PLC. For those in other parts of the country, of the globe, there is a secured Paystack link here, https:// /pay/pay/IIPM. More information will be shared as we proceed. So you're highly welcome once more, and do enjoy the rest of the training. Thank you very much. I'll be patching you through. Give me a few seconds again to get this confirmed, and I'll be patching you through to Dr. Banito. That is almost like a household name again in the academia. I'll be patching you through to him, who coincidentally is the executive director of this institute. So I must really say before he starts, Dr. Banito, I know you can hear me. I envy your hard work and I envy your resilience. To some, how is this possible? But it takes sleepless nights to get the whole package prepared. It takes sleepless nights to want to make this kind of impact. And it takes someone who is committed to making change in our country and the world at large. Dr. Banito, well done for this great feat achieved, and well done for the kind of work you are doing in the country and the world at large. And you're welcome to take over the stage.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Austin, for the introduction and the wonderful work you're doing in the coordination section. And I want to welcome everyone once again to this second day of this program. Please, I would like to confirm that you can hear me loud and clear. If you can, please kindly type 11 in the chat room. If you can hear me loud and clear, please kindly type 11 in the chat room. If you can hear me loud and very clear, please kindly type 11 in the chat room. All right, thank you so much. First of all, let me say this before I proceed. Sometimes around 2019, that was the first time I got an email from an organization or from an institute in, no, it was actually in 2013. That was the first time I got email addressing me as Dr. Banito. And that was an institution in US. I had an overlook on that, so I felt it was a mistake. The second time I got from another institution in US that directed me with the title of Dr. Ebruchi Banito. I felt it was another error. So in 2019, I got the first mail from an institution in UK requesting or informing me that I was nominated for honorary doctorate in management. I declined that, and in 2020, I got another email from another institution requesting that I be awarded honorary doctorate in management and public administration. So anytime you call Dr. Banito, it's not as though I went to any class. In fact, as it were, I try as much as I can to avoid that. I don't know how people came about that, but they keep saying that. So I'm putting a disclaimer. First, I didn't go to any university to get that. People just came up with that. And some institutions backed them up and said, I should be given an honorary doctorate. So I don't put that in my CV. So if you're calling me Dr. Banito, it's based on popular exclamations, not because I said so. All right, so I hope that is clear. Thank you so much. So if you can see my screen, very well projected, please let me see you type 11 in the chat room, or just type 22. You can see my screen well projected. Please type 22, well projected. Not that some sites are projected, some sites are not. It is well projected. Please type 22. Okay, so my screen is not well projected. So let's project it again. It is not well projected. So it has to be well projected. All right, so I think it's well projected now. Now, if it is well projected without divisions, please kindly type 33. If it is well projected without divisions, please type 33. Okay, so thank you so much. So once again, we want to welcome everyone. I especially want to welcome, everyone is welcome, but I especially want to welcome once again my lecturer, Professor Ifeoma Mbei-Nwoha from University of Nigeria. So Prof, you're welcome. They are the ones that made sure that we didn't waste our days in the university. So thank you for all of the things you did to us so that we can be useful. Thank you and welcome. Okay, so let me just proceed. For the sake of those joining us newly, just a little intro about myself. Management-wise, I have put my certified management qualifications and accreditations, both from the National Council of Management Development and Chartered Institute of Management Consultants, USA. And on HR, I'm both a certified and licensed HR professional. Licensed HR professional from the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management, Nigeria, and from Society for Human Resource Management, USA. I'm also a certified and chartered project manager, as well as certified strategic business management expert. That's just with regard to management consulting. There are other certifications that may not really bother here. Now, practicing as a management consultant, as a trainer, as a HR professional. I'm a husband of one and father of one for now. My email address is there and my phone number is there. So everyone, you're welcome. Yesterday, we had a whole lot of discussions. Part of the objectives we want to establish within these few hours we are spending together. We started yesterday. We are supposed to be rounding up today, but looking at, not necessarily because of workload, we just want to be sure that everything we are teaching, we all get to have practical dimensions to it. So tomorrow we'll be spending much time on the practical section and on the advisory section, and also dealing with practical ways to sell out your consulting services, right? So tomorrow will be more of a workshop on how to set up your firm, all right? But all of these ones we've been doing is just helping us build the capacity to be able to set up. And let me also remind us again, like I said, in times past, we are not by any means saying you must be a consultant, independent consultant by fire by force. No, we're not saying that. It's left for you to discover yourself and find out if that's what you want to go into. However, when you do your personality traits or personality analysis, when it comes to business and consulting particularly, you should be able to tell yourself, are you going to be an independent consultant? Are you going to be a collaborator? Are you going to be a navigator? Are you going to be an enhancer? Are you going to be a facilitator? You just need to find where you really belong to so that you don't go carrying load that is not for you. So for this course, by the end of this program, we actually want you to improve on your consulting career, your consulting endeavor, not necessarily about you starting up a consulting firm. And you don't need to have a consulting firm to be a consultant. I need us to also understand that. So by the end of this training, we want you to develop a feasible and cost-effective consulting models, create high-demand consulting products and services, work out an effective pricing, sales, and marketing strategies that will guarantee great sales and client retention, set up and run profitable consulting firm anywhere in the world, diagnose business models, and be able to consult for consultants. Now, not just to consult for consultants, also being able to consult for other businesses. So, now, we put up a very important guarantee for anyone who is attending this program. For those of us joining us for the first time today, please, we sincerely recommend that you visit our YouTube channel so that you go through the lecture of yesterday. The lecture of yesterday was for 4 hours, 15 minutes on YouTube. We sent the information out yesterday. So in case you were not opportune to be in class yesterday, please kindly join us on that YouTube and watch through. That will help you understand where we are coming from for today's class. However, the guarantee and the assurance we have brought to this class simply exemplifies that this is not just about certificate. This is about personal impact. It's about individuals gaining capacity. Okay, it's not about having certificate. It's about personal impact, all right, and organizational impact. So the strategies that will be reviewed in this training will give everyone here the opportunity to increase the sales and retention rate by 25% for existing firms and or start generating 7-figure income as a startup consultant or consulting firm within the next 90 days. Now, the example I gave yesterday, I will still give it again. What this means is that if you had 100 customers before joining this class, you should be able to increase your customer retention rate by 25. So you have 25 extra customers, okay? 25 extra customers. Now, if you have 100, that's what it means. If you have 1,000, it simply means 250. If you have 1 million, it simply means 250,000 customers. All right. So if we say 100, it seems so like it's very easy, but it depends on how you want to achieve that. But we'll show you. Then to also work out a model that will give you 7-figure in the next 90 days. So if you're already making 7-figure, you want to add extra figures to it. So note, this can only work if you apply. Now, within the next 1 month, we will also be providing free advisory to help you set up. If you want to set up your own firm, we'll help you set up. If you want to set up your business model as a freelancer, we'll help you set up. If you want to set up as an independent consultant, we'll help you within the next 1 month. So from 15th of June to 15th of July, that's the window period for that. Okay, so we had all of these reviews yesterday and all of these things, but let me quickly go to where we stopped yesterday. And before I proceed on where we stopped yesterday, please, can I get someone from the class who was in class yesterday to please give us a recap of yesterday's class? Can we have someone give us a recap of yesterday's class? Just raise your hand and then we'll unmute you, you give us a recap. We had a whole lot of discussions yesterday. I hope we can all hear me. For those of us in class yesterday, can you please give us a recap? Just one person. We don't want to call names. I can see all the people who were in class yesterday. Should I give you attendance? So please, if you were in class yesterday, kindly give us a recap of yesterday's class. Recap, please. Okay, so if you don't want to give us a recap, so can you in one statement tell us what you learned yesterday? So I'm going to be calling names now. So I'm going to be starting with those I know that attended class yesterday. Please get me the attendance sheet. Let me see all the people. I have Dr. Alex. Dr. Alex was in my class yesterday, I know. So Dr. Alex, please, in one sentence, don't do more than one. Tell us what you learned yesterday. Dr. Alex Igwagwara. In one sentence, please, not a complex sentence. Dr. Alex. So I know Dr. Alex is hearing me very well. And he will not tell me he's driving. Neither will he tell me that he's in a noisy area. So let me go to another person, but I'm coming back to you. So Mr. Ernest, you were in my class yesterday. I know you were in my class yesterday. So in one sentence, unmute and tell us what you learned yesterday. In one sentence, after Mr. Ernest, I have Excellence, I have Harold, I have Ige, I have Injipo, I have Inyeniobong Ekere, I have Jason Gumakiwa. As you see, I have Professor Taiwo. So all these people were in my classes, they trustly. Okay, can we have a deal? Until you talk, I will not talk because we've done something very important that I just keep talking, right? So I'm not going to talk until I have people talking. Thank you so much. Until we have you talk, no more talking. Thank you. All right, if you're on mute, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Banito. Yesterday, I learned about the process of management consulting, and importantly too, the EU of business model was mentioned. And in yesterday, we were made to know through the entry, the diagnosis, action planning, then implementation process, and termination. These are where the 5 stages of the process of management consulting were given. And at the entry form, we were introduced to having contact with the client at first time, the preliminary diagnosis or planning for assignment and all that, then going to the level of diagnosis where we have the analysis of purpose, then analyze the problem, then we must find facts, then analyze the fact and get feedback. So from the diagnosis, we can now go ahead and have an action plan. And in the action plan, we're to have to develop solution and evaluate the alternatives, then develop proposals, then to plan how to implement it. At the level of the implementation is where we assist in implementation, then proposal adjustment if there's any need, and eventually the training if you are a training consultant. Then the termination, that's the final point where you evaluate your final report, commitment. If there is settlement, there are things to do. Then follow up and plans after the termination. So then part of the feedback from the termination process is like we do in IIPM, where we mark attendance and discuss about what we learn or assess the facilitator. So this was what I learned. Then in addition to the component of business model from where we're giving assignment, were to identify maybe key partners, the key activities of what we are to do, then in the process to develop customer relationship and things like that. All this we were to factor into our business model. Thank you very much, sir.
All right, thank you so much, Prof, for giving us the recap. Thank you. Now, for every other person that was in my class yesterday, just give me one simple sentence. In one simple sentence, what did you go home with yesterday? In one simple sentence, you can unmute and just go ahead. Just unmute and just give us a voice.
My name is Jason, sir. Hello.
I have my hand up already. I thought you see my hand up. I'm Barrister Mr. Abiodun.
All right, please go ahead.
Yes, we learned about creating a niche. That having a niche is very, very important and more marketable than just being in general consultancy. When you have a niche, that is, you're better specialized and you'll be able to assess your strengths by using the SWOT analysis.
All right, thank you so much, Barrister Abiodun, for that.
Thank you.
Okay, so for the sake of those raising their hands, I will just be unmuting one after the other. Okay, so please, can we have Inyen Ekeri? Please, Ekeri, let's hear it from you.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon.
Yes, please go ahead.
All right, thank you. Among other things, of what I learned in yesterday's class was able to understand better, and that it is at our own best interest to select a particular niche of consulting, be it operations, human resources, IT, education, and what have you, rather than engaging on the general consulting like my mama just said. And secondly, I also learned some process of managing consulting that talks about contacting with clients at face time, and then preliminary troubleshooting or diagnosis of problems. That you don't begin giving consultation on your field without diagnosing the problem first. You must identify the problem of that particular organization that you are consulting for. Then you plan for how you're going to prepare solution and pulling the steps, coming with the entry, diagnosis, action planning, implementation, and termination. Pulling up with plan on how you intend to provide solutions in your niche of consulting, among other things that if I want to mention, I'll take a lot of time. Just that's the little I want to say that I learned from class with students. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Ekere, for that. Thank you so much. Okay, Mr. Jason, Honorable Jason, rather, your hand was up before. Please, can we hear from you now?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir.
On my own case, I learned about the building blocks of business. We saw the 9 of them, and we saw how each and every one of them will be important for us if we apply it to our consulting business. Thank you, and over to the next person.
All right, thank you so much, Honorable Jackson. Okay, so I will take one more person, and then we can go over to the class. What did you take home with yesterday? Okay, please, Excellence, kindly unmute and let's hear from you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone.
Excellent.
Over yesterday, I was really impressed with the session on needs assessment. I gathered that this assessment has got 3 phases. The pre-assessment, which is an exploration, the assessment itself, which focuses to gather data, and the post-assessment, which is like the phase that now utilizes or makes use of the data that has been gathered. It was interesting for me because I've never ever thought about it in that sense. I have always believed that needs assessment is that you just get in and you just gather data. But just that simple breakdown was very useful. And it really built in me now to understand that when you want to build the purpose, when you want to establish the purpose of your needs assessment, that is actually that is before the real assessment in itself. And it enables for a plan to be established, for you to know the need area that you're going to focus on, just to know that there is that process of preparing for the needs assessment was very helpful. It was very, very helpful for me. So I took that home very, very strongly. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Excellence from Cameroon. All right. Now, we handed over an assignment yesterday on business development. So do we have anyone who has done? Not, am I asking who has? No, of course, we have done it. So please, whose business development model is ready so that we can start from there? If your business development model is ready, please, you can raise your hand and then we'll share with you and then we'll have the next training. If your business development model is ready, please note, we are taking this time to review what you've done and give you the best critics you can get so that you can know what you're working on. Okay, so Trustlin, yours is ready. I'm going to make you a co-host and you can share your screen. Let's hear from you, please. Trustlin, please, you can unmute.
Hello, sir.
And yes, please.
Hello, sir. Please,
Yes.
if somebody's, I want to set up my laptop. So it will take me like 5 minutes, 5 minutes.
Okay.
So if somebody else is ready, can continue, but mine is ready. Can take me like 5 minutes to set it up.
Okay, so let's give you 3 minutes to set it up.
Okay.
Okay, do we have any other person whose own is ready? In fact, if you're in this class yesterday and your business model is not ready, to be so sincere, I will mute you and remove you from my class, and I'm not joking. Because I won't boil 8 hours of my time with you and then you don't do your assignment. It's not as though it's a punishment, but I will do that. Whether you
Please, sir, this is Mrs.
make sure I
Abiodun.
remove you.
Hello, this is Mrs. Abiodun.
Yes, please. Are you ready?
I did not do that thing because I'm a prospective consultant. I'm not, I didn't understand that thing. I need to see something before I can, you understand me? I'm just learning. And yesterday was the very first time I'm listening to anything on consultancy.
So as an Esquire now, you put it to me that I should allow you to be in class.
Correct, sir.
I hear you. Okay. Okay. All right. So please, I'm not trying to be rude or whatsoever, but you know we have a target, right? Our target is that by the end of this, we want to build. And yesterday we took the time to show how to build, right? And we took an assignment home. So it would be very, very discouraging, demotivating if we don't have your presentation. Right? So let's give Trustly some time while we wait for the next person. Damilola, where is your presentation? I will just be calling names because I know you. Damilola, Excellence, Mr. Harold, Ige. This poll was fluctuating in and out yesterday. So let me just allow you. Honorable Jason, you were in my class. Engineer Oguma Kewa, you were in my class. Olani Oyedolapo, you were very much in my class. Professor Laliko, your network was fluctuating to and fro, so I will give you. Professor Taiwo, you were in my class. Pastor Victor, you were in my class. And we participated in the group work. So obviously, our assignment has to be ready. This is a discussion. Okay. So please. I will give just 1 minute. But before we go on this, for the sake of those who are just joining, I will want to review. I want us to have a review of the business development model. Okay, I would like us to have a review on that. I'm going to replay that video that we watched yesterday. Okay, I'm going to replay that video, and then we will have it as fresh information before we move to the next class, because understanding that is key for us. Okay, understanding that is key. So just a moment, I'm going to play that again. So let's kindly watch and have this information once again. Please, I'm still with you just a moment. All right. So please, I need us to listen very well, watch critically, and then we'll review the business model canvas again before we continue the class, because that is anchored to whatever thing we are doing. If you don't understand it, feel free to ask us all your questions, because that's what we want to do with your business model. You ask us, we see what you're presenting, and we ask you all the questions to make sure that you understand what you're going into, and you ask us all the questions so as to gain more understanding of what you're doing, right? So please, let's watch this critically. Okay.
An organization's business model can be described with 9 basic building blocks: your customer segments, your value proposition for each segment, the channels to reach customers, customer relationships you establish, the revenue streams you generate, the key resources and key activities you require to create value, the key partners, and the cost structure of the business model. But it's not sufficient to just enumerate the 9 building blocks. What you really want to do is to map them out on a pre-structured canvas. This is what we call the business model canvas, a tool that helps you map, discuss, design, and invent new business models. Let's briefly go through the 9 building blocks, starting with the customer segments. These are all the people or organizations for which you're creating value.
So sorry, the network tends to be a little funny. Please just give me a moment, I will get that back. The network is a little funny, so just give me a moment, I will be back. Please, I'm still with you, just a moment. Okay, so let's go through it again.
Can be described with 9 basic building blocks. An organization's business model can be described with 9 basic building blocks: your customer segments, your value proposition for each segment, the channels to reach customers, customer relationships you establish, the revenue streams you generate, the key resources and key activities you require to create value, the key partners, and the cost structure of the business model. But it's not sufficient to just enumerate the 9 building blocks. What you really want to do is to map them out on a pre-structured canvas. This is what we call the business model canvas, a tool that helps you map, discuss, design, and invent new business models. Let's briefly go through the 9 building blocks, starting with the customer segments. These are all the people or organizations for which you're creating value. This includes simple users and paying customers. For each segment, you have a specific value proposition. These are the bundles of products and services that create value for your customers. The channels describe through which touchpoints you're interacting with customers and delivering value. The customer relationships outline the type of relationship you're establishing with your customers. The revenue streams make clear how and through which pricing mechanisms your business model is capturing value. Then you need to describe the infrastructure to create, deliver, and capture value. The key resources show which assets are indispensable in your business model. The key activities show which things you really need to be able to perform well. The key partners show who can help you leverage your business model, since you won't own all key resources yourself, nor will you perform all key activities. Then once you understand your business model's infrastructure, you'll also have an idea of its cost structure. So with the business model canvas, you can map out your entire business model in one image. This works for startup entrepreneurs just as well as for the most senior executives.
All right, thank you so much. So we've gone through this again. The business development model that every business must pass through. All right. So let's discuss it in a moment and then we'll proceed. So from the video, what did you get? Can you just pick one of the segments and then tell us about it? What you understood? Please, can anyone just pick any section, any one block, and then in less than 1 minute talk about it? So this is what we saw from that. So just pick one area and talk about it. So we need like 9 people to talk about this. Now, before I proceed in this class, I just have to be sure that we understand this and before I proceed. Okay, so we will soon break us back into sections, into breakout sections. You develop your model as a group and then come back since we don't have it as individuals. All right, Barrister Abiodun, please go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
You said we should pick one segment, customers.
Yes, just one segment.
From one of the 9 building blocks.
That's right.
In customer segment, which is deals with the kind of people I'm targeting.
Okay.
Who I'll be working with, yes.
Okay, thank you so much. So your target audience, who you are going to be selling your product to. All right. Ekere, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir. Once again.
Good afternoon.
Okay, for the 9 business model block, I will be speaking on I think the third one, customer relationship.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. In any segment of any business or in this industry, customer relationship is very paramount. The relationship you establish with your client over the years determine the extent of business you go with them. What am I'm speaking from oil and gas sector. I'm privileged to work with one of the oil and gas service companies in Nigeria. One major challenge we have in this part of the country is how we relate to that client. The relationship we establish. Perhaps you are able to strike a deal with your client. After you finish the job and you got paid, they issue job completion certificate. How do you relate with your customer afterwards matters a great deal in business. So with my little experience I have in the industry, what they call PR. PR, that is PR, personal relationship. Okay, sometimes we engage on them to some extent.
Okay.
They continue to be in business even when the foreign contract has expired. They have to work with them closely and check on them, get back to them. So during end of the year, you ensure you design, give them, sometimes give them hamper, sometimes you give them shopping cart and the rest.
All right.
So
all right, thank you. So let's hear from Prof. Taiwo.
Yes, sir.
Please, 30 seconds.
Yes, I want to talk about key resources. These are the
Okay.
things I need to actualize the dream, the value I desire to make available for my customers. So in terms of money, material resources, human resources, so I must identify all those things I need to actualize the value I want to deliver. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So the key resources, human resources, material resources, and any other resource, but there are key to your business. So we call them key resource drivers. Now, can we have another person pick another block? Can we have another person pick another block? All right, please go ahead. Excellent. 30 seconds.
Okay. The building block that I want to talk about is about the channels. And I think that just has to do with the medium to which you are going to use or approach to get across your customers or clients. So like if it's a training-based service that you're going to deliver, then online is going to be a channel, face-to-face is going to be a channel, classroom sessions are going to be channels, etc. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. So let's hear from Olani Oyedolako. Please kindly unmute and let's hear from you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir. I hope everybody can hear me clearly. So I'm choosing from the plugin, I'm choosing value proposition.
Okay, go ahead.
Value proposition, Abi.
Proposition.
Yeah. So I want to say this, that from my experience over, like when somebody is advertising a particular product to market, we made a lot of promises. We are going to do this, we are going to do that, which eventually, if the customer decide to buy and we now forget all the promises that we made to that customer. And then for us to keep the value intact and our promises intact, it's very important that we make sure that all our promises being fulfilled, even though we should go beyond all the promises we've made concerning the products. I've seen a situation whereby customer buy a product and then the customer begin to complain. And then the marketer was saying that he's still complaining. Meanwhile, you've not even fulfilled the promises you've made to the customer. So it's very important is to make sure that the value you are giving out is commensurate. I mean, the product you are giving out is commensurate with the price or the cost you are putting on the market. Thank you, sir.
Okay. All right, thank you. So value proposition, all the benefits, all the values that a customer is expected to get from a product, all the solutions that is expected to have from the product. All right, thank you. Can we have another person? So somebody has spoken about value proposition, customer relation, customer segments, channels, key resources. So we have key partners, cost structure, and revenue stream. So can we have someone talk about any of these three? Key partners, cost structure, and revenue stream. All right, Damilola, please go ahead.
All right, tell everybody. I
Yep,
believe we can
go
hear me
ahead.
clearly. All right, so I will talk about key partners using model business canvas. All right, so for instance, we as consultants, we should look at people we can partner with in any kind of business we are doing. I mean, for instance, Dr. Banito said something yesterday that in this line of business, we should know that governments, they are the first set of, people to partner with in order to get all the necessary credentials. So by the time you are projecting and telling people about your business, they should know that you have all the necessary details. So they will like to partner with you. And going beyond that, sometimes when we have a value to render to any organization, they want to know those who are supporting us, because that will boost the value of the organization. So if we look at that relationship, it will bring some strategic move from different angles. When people see that you are partnering with GTB, for instance, as a consultant, I mean, you've trained them before, because anybody you've trained in your sector before, most likely they can become your partners, or partially they are your partners. So they will have this trust in you to do business with you. So that particular concept, key partners, is very, very important in business model canvas. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. So let's have two people talk about cost structure and revenue streams. No, I've made up my mind today that I will hear you more. Okay. So I'm waiting. Who is going to talk about, from the video we watched, who will talk about cost structure and who will talk about revenue stream? You don't want to talk about money? We don't want to talk about money. Or you think consulting doesn't come with costs and doesn't produce results? Okay, no one has talked about key activities. All right. Okay. So we still have three: key activities, cost structure, and revenue stream. For 4 hours and 15 minutes, I was the one speaking yesterday. So I'm going to talk less today and you talk more. So who is going? Going. All right, let's hear from Barrister Biodun again.
I think revenue stream just maps out what you earn as against what you earn regularly in your organization. That will make you,
okay.
Yeah, that will make you viable and will sustain the organization.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, for the sake of time, let me quickly run through this. Now, your business model canvas is very, very important for setting up your business, no matter the kind of business you're doing, be it service-based business, product-based business, or what have you. It is very, very important. All right. Now, your key partners, just like the contributor said, Olani, all the people, both internal and external. And please, I will always want us to put this in mind. Okay, I will always want us to put this in mind. That your business has two environments that it plays in. You have the internal environment and you have the external environment, right? Okay. Now, the internal environment has to do with your strengths and your weaknesses. The external environment has to do with the opportunities and the threats. In that same way, if you have your strengths well built up, you might not need collaboration in that area, or you might not need partner in your strength, but you will need partner in your weakness. right? You will need partner to help you maximize the opportunities. You need partner to help you manage the threats. So all of those partners, let them be identified. The other one talks about your key activities. What are the activities, the processes, the business processes that take place in your organization? What are the things you do that helps you create value? What are the processes you follow in creating value? What are the processes? What are the activities? What are the operations you carry out that help you create value? The other one is your key resources. What are those major resources that if you don't have them, your business won't be able to function? What are those resources that if you don't have them, your business won't be able to function? Your value proposition, what solutions are you selling? Whenever we have a product or we have service, you always have what we call the core benefits, and then you have the features. You have core benefits and you have features. Features are not really the most important benefit someone wants to buy from a product. But the features give the product some kind of taste and aesthetics that makes it appealing to the buyer. So when you have a consulting service, what are the features and what are the core benefits? For instance, if we in IPM will say we are doing training, that's the service we are rendering, for instance. Now, the core value proposition is that number one, there is capacity development. Number two, there is certificate recognition anywhere you go in the world. Number three, you have the access to continuous professional development with the institute and several others that come with it. These are core values. These are the reasons why you're paying money. Is it that you're paying for the training, you're paying for the certificate, you're paying for the extended relationship that you want to have with us? Those are the core values. Now, what are the features? You have online flexibility training. You have convenience type of training. You can train in weekday, you can train in weekend. These are features. They are not benefits in themselves. Did you get that? You have the opportunity to attend the training for free and pay for the certificate if you wish. That's a feature. That's not a benefit. That's a feature. That's not a benefit. All right. So in creating value proposition, you must know the difference between your core benefits and the features of the product. The other one is your customer relationship. There is what we call customer lifetime value. Now, in the process of customer relationship, we have three major phases. You have the acquisition phase or the attraction phase. So what strategies do you want to use in attracting customers? The second one is the engagement stage. What strategies do you want to use in engaging these customers? At engagement stage, they've not bought, they've not paid. Is that point that you want to convince them that yes, they really need to buy your product? That's the point you want to help them make the decision to buy from you. That's the engagement stage. Then the third stage is the stage of becoming the customer. That's when this customer pays and begins to enjoy the benefit that comes alongside with your product. Now, remember, whenever you're talking about customer relationship, what I want you to have there, the key word is relationship. The question is, how long do you want to have that relationship? Okay, so you have your strategies mapped out from acquisition to retention. And that talks about what we call the customer experience. Okay, so what kind of journey do you want the customer to have from the time he's identifying with your product till the time he is done enjoying your product? Will he stay or will he go away? All right. Then the other one is customer segment. You can't serve everyone, but for your identified market, you must know who they are and be able to separate them into groups that you can be able to serve them well enough. All right. For instance, in IIPM, when you come, you hear things like associate programs, you hear things like lead programs, you have things like executive programs and all of that. Those categories of programs tells you the categories of people who are qualified for those programs. Okay, it tells you categories of people who are qualified for those programs. Okay, you also hear things like foundation courses. Now, if you're coming into a program in IPM and you're completely new to that environment, we are possibly going to tell you, okay, why don't you take a foundation course first? That's a category. So customers that they have never heard anything about that particular program, you tell them go through foundation. Then from foundation, you go to associate. You begin to understand more. Then from associate, you go to lead. So how do you break down your product and your customers in each of those products? That's customer segment. Then the next one that talks about your channels, simply your marketing medium. Your marketing medium. How are you going to move these developed products? How are you going to move these services to your client? How are you going to get them to your clients? That's what you want to do. Okay, so that's very, very important. How do you do your marketing? Very, very important. Then, since nobody spoke about cost structure and revenue stream, please let's pay attention. It simply means maybe we don't want to talk about money or now. Cost structure simply means all the things you spend money on. It gives you all the items you spend money on. So for instance, you're going to be spending money on getting your certification. As an organization, you put it there. Certification, license, compliance, staff salaries, commissions, referral pays, and every other thing you want to put there. Okay, you put them cost of, if you have any cost of resources like cost of data. For those of us now that are into consulting, we need cost of data. If you have an office, cost of communication, all of those things, you put them there. That's to show to what extent you understand what will take money away from your business. By the time you understand this, it will be easy for you to begin to put them in the right perspective. Then the other one is your revenue streams. How will you make money? How will this business bring money to you? Remember yesterday when we talked about niche consulting, we said you need to be sure that this business you're going into will bring in money to you. There will be financial reward. So question is, how will this financial reward come? You need to state that categorically in your business model. We are not saying you're going to tell us the price for which you're going to charge. No. Okay, what we're saying is, okay, so what will bring in money? Okay, sales will bring in money. Maybe registrations will bring you money. Consultancy fees will bring you money. Admission fees will bring you money. Cost of materials will bring you money. And all of those things you want to put up there. Okay, now, before we go into breaking us into groups again, to work out this and come back, okay, I would like to give just 5 minutes to Trustlyn. She will present her work and we hear from her before we go into groups. Now, group 1, you're going to be dealing with just 3 items. Group 2, you will deal with 3 items. And group 2, you will deal with 3 items. Group 1 will be dealing with key partners, key activities, and key resources. Group 2 will be dealing with value proposition, customer relationship, and customer segment. And group 3 will be dealing with cost structure, revenue streams, and channels. Now, we are going to agree on a topic we can all use. So let's say our topic is training. We are a training consulting firm. So let's make it simple, training consulting firm. So all of us, we work on the same thing. So as a training consulting firm, we are breaking us into teams. The first team will work on identifying our key partners, identifying our key activities, and identifying our key resources. The second team will work on identifying the value we offer, the customer relationship approach that should be best for us, and then the customer segment that we should be serving. And then group 3 will be dealing with the cost structure, the revenue streams, and the channels through which we will carry on with activities. But before we go on, I will take questions. If any, I will just have 1, 2 questions, and then Trustlyn will hand over to her. Trustlyn, you're still here. So you have 2 devices, Trustlyn. Which one should we make a co-host? Okay, so let's give 2 of your devices a co-host. So do I have any question? Please, Trustlyn, feel free to bring down my screen whenever you're ready. Any question for me? Please ask me the questions you need to ask now in case there is any place. Okay, I did not mention this earlier. I sincerely appreciate all of our professors, doctors, lawyers that are in, but I will want to advise, we can keep all of what we had known about consulting before, keep it aside, and learn the ones we can now. And then when we go out, we can combine what we've known or compare what we know to what we now have and begin to merge them, okay? But it's meant to be an interactive class and discussion class. So Trustlyn, if you're ready, we're ready. Please go ahead. Trustlyn, are you there?
Yes, can you see my screen?
Yes, we are seeing your screen. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good evening.
Just go to the,
all right.
Key
I hope
resources.
everyone can see my screen.
Yes, we are seeing your screen. Go ahead.
All right. So this is Lively Stones Consulting. It's an educational and human resource consultant. We are just educational and human resource consultants. So let me quickly move on. This is our strategic plan.
Okay, just go to the key partners.
All right.
Go to the blocks. We want to focus on the blocks.
Okay, let me go to, these are our partners, our consulting partners. But let me go to, all right, this is it. Our customer segment for who we are, somebody's blocking me, all right. For who we are creating value, for learners, for teachers and facilitators, for school owners, for educational institutions, for parents, and for policy makers. Those are our customer segments. Then what are the customer segments that either pay, receive, or decide on our value proposition? So we have learners who pay and receive. We have teachers who pay, they will receive and repay. Then we have school owners, educational institutions would receive and repay and also influence. Then we have customer segment that either pay, receive, or decide on our value proposition. That's continuation. We have parents who would influence. We have policymakers who also influence. Then our value proposition. What are the values we hope to deliver to our customers? We hope to deliver to them easy and quick, convenient access to virtually all learning resources, registration outlets for major examinations such as WAEC, NECO, admission process in foreign universities, conducive center for CBT examinations. Continuation, values for our customers. Like I said, training and development, quick access, facilitation of soft loans to both parents and teachers. Then, which of our customer problems are we hoping to solve? It's part of our value proposition. So our customers who love the ease of access to organize information, customers who request for consultancy and training service, customers who are looking for means to alleviate the learning needs of their children, customers who wish for a cool and conducive center for CBT, place to study and prepare for their examination and career. Then we are still on value proposition. What are the customers' needs that our value proposition addresses? It will address easy access to organized information, prompt facilitation to finance to meet learning needs with flexible conditions, atmosphere to study and sit for CBT, innovative educational consultancy and training services. Then we are still on value proposition. What are our promises to our customers? We promise them transformational and seamless digital services for each and every service that will leave a signature effect on their minds. We promise them regular, innovative, and creative ways of thinking and solving educational and human capital development issues. Then we are still on value proposition. What are the products and services we will create for our customers? We will create for them quick and convenient, as I think I've talked about this. These are what we are going to create for them. Then what are the products and services we will create for? These are all, I've talked about them. These are the products and services we are creating for our customers. Then revenue streams. How do we expect customers to reward us for the value we provide to them? We expect them to mutual respect for the end users of the learning facility, and so should be properly handled, keeping their own side of the arrangement in repayment so that others can also access the fund. More patronage, networking and referrals, service improvement contribution, client satisfaction responses. These are customers to reward us for the value we are providing for them. So what are our revenue streams? Continue. What are the different revenue models now? Revenue through accessing all the supplementary services such as the e-library, CBT usage, CIBN, TRCN, all these exam registration usage, learning and study center for adult education, token from schools and institutions after full integration into some school software apps, which we provide for them. The consultation services for school improvement and innovation embedded in signed working strategies for school growth, support from well-meaning Nigerians and institutions to sponsor some non-profit initiatives for schools. Those are our different revenue models. Then channels. How does our value proposition reach our customers? Through access of our services, through direct referral, through person-to-person promotion. Where can our customers buy or use our products and services? We are still on channels. Online via website subscription, through SMS, mobile app, selected schools as agencies, then P2P transactions. Then customer relationship. What relationship would each customer segment expect us to establish and maintain? We expect bilateral relationship between us and our customers. Then we also give our customers one customer consultancy. That means we appreciate each of our customers. We do not tolerate them. We appreciate them. So each of our customers is made a king. So key activities. What are the key activities we will perform every day to create and deliver our value proposition? We are showing our customers that educational institutions and stakeholders, we will always, our data must be up to date and analysis. Service channel research and improvement. Our service channels, we must keep improving and updating them. Our customer feedback is very important, and performance appraisal. We assure our customers that these are going to be put in place. Then key resources. What are the resources we need to create and deliver our value proposition? So these are the resources we need. We need an office, outlets that will accommodate about 105 capacity conference, that will accommodate like computers, 105 capacity. Then internet facility, we have servers, systems, IT professionals, web development professionals, app development professionals, printing equipment, adequate power supply alternatives, engaged and committed consultants. Who are our most important partners? We are still talking about key partners. Our learners are our most important partners. The school and the educational institutions we are going to use, the examination bodies like NECO, WAEC, and JAMB, they are our key partners. Then parents are key partners too. Then which key resources do we require from partners? We are still talking about our key partners. We need time from them. We need their subscriptions. We also need their feedback. So which key activities do our partners perform? What are they going to perform in using ourselves? So they're going to perform ICT activities, policy making, formulation, and advocacy, it will influence the final users. Then cost structure. What are the most important costs we will make to create and deliver our value propositions? These are the cost structure: time costs, research costs, ICT costs, infrastructure costs, other overheads, and operational costs, including tasks and levies. So this is the breakdown of our cost structure. Then, oh my God, then our business proposal. This is our business proposal. If having gone through the different solutions we offer, we therefore propose the following to IIPM. We propose partnership, investment, consulting, and mutual relationship. Thank you, and God bless you. Hello.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please, can you go back to that proposal? Let's tell you the one we will give you.
Okay, sir.
So we'll give you partnership, we'll give you consulting. We will work on the investment together.
Okay.
All right, thank you so much. Just leave it at that. What do you call it?
I can
proposal. Just move it to the proposal page. Thank you so much for that.
So I can move this.
Yeah, you can leave it there. That's yeah, just stay there.
Okay.
That's quite that was quite robust. So let me say robust. Okay. So anyone that is just joining us and you're doing this might think we are not being fair. Okay. But that was good. Now, before we will come back to this, your presentation, by Saturday, by tomorrow, we'll take all the time and go through it again. Meanwhile, can you send us a copy of this so that we can peruse it?
Okay, sir.
For discussion tomorrow. So
okay, I'll do that.
How to, this is not the first time you're presenting.
Yes.
Virtually all your trainings in IPM, you always present education and HR. And
yes.
Of your trainings are education and HR based. And your PhD is education consulting or education management?
Yes, that's where I want to carve my niche.
Okay. So thank you so much for that wonderful work. Okay, so now we're going to do something. But before we do this, we're going to break out into three groups. And our target consulting area is training. So group one, your focus will be on key partners, key activities, and key resources. So what the coordinator will be there to remind you in case you forget. Group two, your work will be on value proposition, customer relationship, and customer segment. And group three, your work will be on cost structure, revenue streams, and channels. Please don't make it too big. For instance, key partners, number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. Please don't tell us the roles of these people yet. Just tell us who they are. Key activities 1, 2, 3, 4. Don't make it too big. Key resources 1, 2. Just go straight. Don't explain anything for now, right? And group 2, your value proposition. Value number 1, you write. 2, write the values as they are. And every other thing follows you. All right. But before we break out, the coordinator has an activity that he wants us to take on before we break into groups. So let me hand over to the coordinator now, and I will be back in 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Banito, for asking, putting up that caveat, or what should I call it? I'm not calling you a doctor. Popular opinion, you said. So thank you very much for the presentation. I also, before we continue, acknowledge the contributions of those on our YouTube channel. Mrs. May Henshaw, we can see you. Henry Isaac, we can see you and your contributions. Ademola Orelaja, in fact, at one point, also Smart Coding Hub, at one point when we were talking about customer relationship, Ademola Orelaja, according to you, you said customer relationship is germane in any organization because they are the end users. You will get referral via this. It's the model that will advertise your company and your product. So thank you very much for that contribution, and all those who are on the YouTube channel. For want of time, I may not mention your names. We have just this class activity like we did yesterday. We want to continue networking and having you around us for all our participants in any of our trainings or workshops or conferences. So I'll be pasting on the chat room. We are giving us 2 minutes to click on the link. It will take you to our Facebook page. Our Facebook page. What we just want you to do, thank you very much for those who gave us those Google reviews. It was just wowing. In fact, when we started looking at them, we were so happy with the reviews we got. Thank you very much. And so for the Facebook, I'll be pasting the link on the chat room. If you go to the chat room now, you will see the Facebook review link, rating and review. So click on it. It will take you to our Facebook page. Under it, you can just go to the review session, click give us, we still beg you an appeal, give us that 5-star Facebook rating, and also drop a comment, no matter how short, a comment, a recommendation. If you are recommending IIPM to others, we urge you to drop it at the end of your comment. So go give us the rating and your review. Thank you very much. I'll be going silent again, and I want you to take these 2 minutes. Please, and please don't forget, when you have done your rating and review, come back to the chat room and type done so that we'll continue with other activities of the day. Thank you very much. Okay, we have just few seconds more. Few seconds more. If you have somebody by your side who is also a participant here, you can talk to that person to round up what he or she is doing. Whatever you're doing, please just come back to the class as we are about to begin. We are about to continue. So Madam Truslin, Akalezi, Dawn, I can see Dawn. For those who have given their 5-star rating and review, please just type Dawn in the chat room. Orelaja Ademola, audio lost. No, I was silent then to allow you do the class activity. So welcome, Jason Baba, Dawn. Thank you very much. This is an indication that we are really cautious and actively participating in this training. Professor Olalekan, Dawn. Ige Oluwabumi Akin, Dawn. Please note, if you have made any payment, either to access the day 3 lecture or for certifications, training materials, and templates, make sure you upload the proof of payment to the general WhatsApp platform and also to finance@iipmi.org. finance@iipmi.org. Elon Trema Nkor, Don, Harold, Moses, Don, thank you very much. Please, for those who have not joined our WhatsApp, the group WhatsApp platform, please note that that is the platform where would always be updating you and sending any other task or updates, information about IIPM or any other upcoming training, as we even plan to hold in the nearest future. So please ensure that you join that WhatsApp platform. I will post the link on the chat room in the course of the training. So without further ado, thank you very much for those who have really done this class assignment. Please, thank you. We are really humbled for we talk and you act. Thank you so much. We must commend you for that. Without further ado, I will hand over the group. Dr. Alex Egbagbara, thank you very much, Don. I'll hand over. Please, the link, I have just pasted the link to the WhatsApp group platform. Ensure that you click on that link and join the WhatsApp platform. So I'll patch you over to Dr. Bani to put us in our group and we continue again. Thank you for stretching your leg. Thank you very much, and let's continue.
All right, thank you so much. And we are all welcome back. Thank you for stretching and thank you for the reviews. Okay, so I saw from the reviews that for some people, this is their first time of coming to a page, so they actually liked the page. So thank you for liking the page. So we just had an oversight, like you're supposed to to like the page first before you give us a review, right? So it's a two-task thing. You like the page and give us a review. If that's your first time of liking the page, or if you're already on the page, just give us a review. Now, back to our class work. So we are going to divide us into 3 groups. Please, everyone be involved. Not some people, everyone be involved. And please know your group in case anything throws you out. When you come back, just tell us your group so that we put you in your group. So I say group 1. Let me do that right away. So I'm going to tell us our groups before you go in. For group 1, we have Agu NN. We have Elon Trema. We have Ernest Lamte. We have Kayode. We have Orelaja. We have Sajo. And we have Temilade. That's group 1. And there are 9 people inside there. So you have the coordinator that will be guiding you on your discussions there. You have group 2. It's not to guide your discussion, it's just to remind you that, okay, time is up or time is not up. Okay, group 2, you have Anthony Osakwe, Damilola Olani Ebun Imani, Ehizoje Irebu Ige, Olani Oyedolakwo Ahmed, Shaibu, Taiwo Adenigon, and Trusley. That's group 2. Group 3, Adefunke Abiodun, Dr. Alex Ebagbara, Harold Moses, Ifeoma Mbeyi, Nwoha, Jason Baba, Olatunji Odejide, Professor Olalekon. How come all the professors are now in one group? Okay, Suleiman Okunuga and Victor Ngumo Haike. So, group 1, we are dealing with training. All of us are a training consulting firm. So we are breaking us into groups, or all of us want to start a training consulting firm. So we are breaking us into groups. Group 1, keep your work on key partners, key activities, and key resources. The coordinator will go around to remind everyone what their group activity is like. So you have just 15 minutes to work on this, so 5 minutes for each. And you have a presenter to come and give us a presentation when we come back. Group 2, you have to work on group 1, key partners, key activities, and key resources. So all the key activities, key partners, key resources. So group 1, you can write that down. Group 2, you have value proposition, customer relationship, and customer segment. That's group 2. And group 3, you have cost structure, revenue streams, and channels. Do I have any question? Because we are about to break us into group. Any question? If you have a question, please ask now before we break us into group. Okay, so you will see a pop-up on your screen to accept your group. Please don't decline it, just accept and be your group. And as soon as you get your group, please start your discussions. Your 15 minutes starts now. Thank you so much. Please let everyone accept their grouping and please find themselves there and let the discussion begin. Group 2 is already filled up. Group 3, Harold, Ifeoma, Olatunji, Victor, you're here to accept your invitation. Taiwo, you're here to accept your invitation for group 2. Group 1, Agu NN, Augustine, Coordinator, you're yet to accept. Elon Trema and Sergio, you're yet to accept. Please let everyone accept and move to their groups. 15 minutes is counted. Victor, you are in group 3. Sergio, you're in group 1. Harold, you're in group Harold, you're in group 3. Victor, you're in group 3. So, Excellence, I'm assigning you to group 1. Please kindly accept that invitation. Excellence, I'm assigning you to group 1. Excellence, I've just moved you to group 1. Can you accept that invitation, please? And every other one, kindly go to your group. Okay, Yemisi Falaye, you're welcome. We are having breakout sessions at the moment. Please, I'm going to assign you to group 1. Kindly accept that and join them. Falaye, please kindly accept the invitation I'm sending you on your screen right now and join group 1, please. Thank you. All right, Mr. Harold, you are assigned to group 3. So do you have challenges joining group 3? Mr. Harold, you can unmute and let's hear from you. Your hand is up. Mr. Harold, please, if you cannot unmute, can you please type in the chat room? Mr. Harold, do you have any challenge? You've not joined your group.
Hello.
Your network is a little poor, so we can hear you.
It's my problem. Am I?
Just kidding. Yeah. Key partners, key activities, and key resources. You a ghost. Please tell them they have 1 more minute. All right, we're all welcome back. I trust we enjoyed our recreation. Group 1 will have AGU Agu NN, who never joined the group, and he has been in this class. Okay, so to avoid trouble, anyone that was not in this class will just remove them for peacekeeping. So Agu was never participating. Sergio in group 1 was never participating. So we'll remove the 2 of you. So have Agu, Elon, Ernest, Excellence, Kayode, and Orelaja. Orelaja was at the airport and couldn't join fully. So, but he communicated. Now, group 2, we have Osakwe Anthony. Okay, so group 2, most people there said they participated. I trust them. Osakwe Anthony, Damilola, Ebun, Ehisoje, Ige, Onaniyi, Shaibu, Taiwo, and Trustly. Is there anybody in group 2 that did not participate? Please type the person's name. Let's remove the person. If there is anyone that did not participate fully, please type the person's name. We'll remove the person. We'll put the person in the waiting room. Let's just put them in the waiting room. Okay, group 3, we have Adefunke, Dr. Alex, Harold, Ifoma, Jason, Olatunji, Professor Lalikon, Suleiman, and Victor. Is there anyone in group 3 that did not participate? If there is anyone in group 3 that did not participate, please type their name. We'll put them in waiting room. When we are done with the presentation, we'll bring them back. Is there anyone like that? Is there anyone that did not in group? Is there anyone in group 3 that did not participate? So everyone in group 3 participated. All right. So for the 2 people that did not participate in group 1, we'll put them in the waiting room. Let them enjoy that place for now, because I suspect this training is not for them. Okay, so group 1, please, who is presenting for group 1? You have just 3 minutes. Group 2, 3 minutes. Group 3, 3 minutes. So group 1, please, the presenter, please lift your hand or signify by raise of hand, and we'll unmute you. All the presenters, please indicate by raise of hand so that we'll just do it serially. Group 1, group 2, group 3. So group 1 will go first, group 2, and then group 3. So Excellence, I suspect you're group 1, so please go ahead, 3 minutes.
All right, sir. Our group had to make presentation on key activities, key resources, and key partners.
Okay.
On key activities, we identified that we will be having training workshops, refresher courses, and seminars on new knowledge trends. On key resources, we had four areas that were identified. 1 area of HR, 2 area of infrastructure, 3 area of facilities, 4 area of finances. On HR, we identified trained personnel, your expert pool, and your staff. Infrastructure, the office, which gives us the physical presence and the advantage that we can now be reached. Then the training space was another additional infrastructural key resource. And then even syndicate rooms. For instance, if we're having trainings and groups have got to break out into breakouts the session. So syndicate rooms was an additional infrastructural key resource. Then for facilities, we identified computers, laptops, and softwares. And then also we identified finance as a key resource. For key partners, we identified IIPM, and we identified the government at the various levels of federal, states, and local. We also identified existing sister organizations or institutions that are in the same industry subsector. We also did identify government agencies. This is not just about government, now government agencies, and then schools that might require the training service that we have to offer. So this is what came out of Group 1, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Group 1. We appreciate that. We appreciate your presentation. Ernest Lamte is in which group? He's in Group 1, and he did not contribute. So let him keep in the waiting room till we are done. Did he contribute to Group 1? Did Ernest contribute to your group? Because I have a decision to make whether to bring him in or keep him in the waiting room.
Sir, please, our group had issues with network. So those that could not speak, they all wrote through the chat room.
So did Ernest write through the chat room?
Sir, please, honestly, I cannot even comment, but I know that virtually everybody had made some comments on the chat room.
Okay, so I should allow him in.
Please, sir, allow him, sir.
But I know there are people that never commented, never wrote. Sergio did not comment, did not write. Agu did not comment, did not write. So,
well, I'm sorry, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Group 1. Do we have any contribution to make to Group 1? All of us are open to the contribution. So Group 1 said our key activities, training, workshops, seminars, conferences, training programs, that's our key activities. Then the key resources, finance, HR, in the form of team, experts, infrastructures like office, training space, containing training offices, syndicate rooms, conference rooms, and all of that. Then facilities. We have laptops, softwares, and other things they mentioned. Key partners, IIPM, government at all levels, sister organizations, government agencies, and schools. Do I have any contribution to group one? Please, if you have a contribution to group one, you can. Okay, let's just take on the presentation, then we'll come to the contributions. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, Excellence. Group two, who is presenting for group two? I'm seeing 3 hands up. Okay. So I know Professor Laliko is in group 3. So Anthony should be in group 2. So Anthony, Dr. Anthony, please kindly unmute and let's hear from you. 3 minutes.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Or good evening. Sorry. Good evening. So I will quickly be presenting for group 2, representing group 2, and I'll be presenting under the 3 major topics given for a proposed training consulting firm. So under that, I'll be talking on value proposition, customer relations, and customer segments. I'll be giving quick bullet points, then maybe some small talk under each of them. So I'll start with customer segments. For customer segments, we are majorly, as a group, we're majorly looking at fresh graduates, both professionals and non-professionals. Then the second aspect, we're looking at graduates who has had difficulties getting job. So I'll quickly be going into value proposition before our customer relations. So for value proposition, the major things we considered were employability, skills review, and job acquisition. So for employability skills review, we come down to soft skills because soft skills tend to be the major thing that factors that keep individuals in the workplace. So it's one could get a job, but staying in the workplace now one may need a lot of soft skills, and which include critical thinking, communication, emotional intelligence. Then we added digital skills because these are some of the important things that are trending in the workplace today. Now for okay, basically that's that. Then for customer relations, we looked at mentorship, assuring our clients that they get 2 months free mentorship after our training. So, and this mentorship could come as both virtual and non-virtual, but majorly virtual. So for part of the customer relations, we promised to we do CV reviews. We would want to network for our consumers. We also looked at giving packages and freebies. Then also the major thing we talked about was getting a job, so job support. So we want to promise our clients that they are assured of getting a job. So that's all for group 2. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Osakwe, for presenting for group 2. Thank you so much. Okay, let's hear from group 3. Professor Lalikon, please, let's hear from you, sir.
Thank you very much, moderator. My name is our group. We are looking at the 3 areas. One is the core structures of a consulting firm, revenue streams, and the last part is the channels in which a consulting firm takes in getting the clients. Under the core streams, we look at
Prof, your network is breaking. We could barely hear you.
We looked at cost of maintenance equipment.
Oh, Prof, sorry, your network is breaking. We could barely hear you.
Equipment of machines and cost of data. Can you hear me?
Your network is breaking, sir. We can barely hear you.
Under our cost structures. How about now, sir?
So sorry, sir. The network. Okay. Sorry, sir. Your network is breaking. We may have to take someone who may. Okay, so we have Dr. Alex. So Dr. Alex, can you present for your group, please? Dr. Alex, your mic is open.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Good evening, everybody.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Yes, we're given 3 blocks to handle: cost structure, revenue streams, and channels. For cost structure, the first area of cost we looked into was the registration of the organization through the Corporate Affairs Commission, then rent for the organization's office space, furnishing for the offices and the building, equipment and machines that will be used in the organization, purchasing them, acquiring them, including vehicles. The other is maintenance of these equipment and machines. Stationery and printing is a consulting firm, so we need to do a lot of printing. We buy a lot of stationery because we're going to be involved in training. We're also going to spend money on adverts because we must make sure people there know who we are and what we do and where we are located. Then some cost is also going to go into paying of taxes of different forms. The core, which is the annual income taxes. We're going to spend money on paying salaries and wages of employees and external facilitators that we might need to use from time to time when we have training programs. We will also have to bear some costs in taking care of our social responsibility, like IIPM is about doing now. They are going to spend almost 4 million naira to give training as part of their social responsibility to directors of MDAs, ministries, and some key organizations within the Abuja environment and Nigeria where they operate. On revenue streams, this is going to come from different fees that the organization charges, like registration fees, admission fees, training fees, sales of materials, sponsorship from individuals and other organizations for programs that we are going to engage in, consultation fees that we are going to charge for organizations that will require our we will also be
Dr. Alex, your mic was muted.
Sir?
Please go ahead.
All right. Then that's that with the revenue streams block. Then the last block is the channels, where what are our channels through which we are going to reach our target audience and through which people can also reach us. The first is our website via online channels, via our website, different social medias through WhatsApp, Twitter, and all the other social medias. We also have the newsprint media, newspapers, magazines, through flyers, leaflets, posters, and other means. Then we have the electronic media via radio, via television, where some of our programs will be aired, and we can also carry out trainings. And then referrals from some of our key partners or stakeholders or friends and well-wishers, which is a face-to-face or person-to-person contact. So these basically are the areas we identified under cost structure, revenue streams, and channels. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Group 3, for your wonderful presentation. Group 1 for your excellent presentation. Group 2 for your awesome presentation. Please, can we all give ourselves Boza? Give yourself Boza in the chat room. You can give to yourself, give one to yourself, give one to your neighbor, and give one to your group. Can we all go now? Just one Boza, one, don't make it two. One Boza, you share it, share the Boza across. Just one Boza, then you share it. Okay. All right, thank you so much. It had been an awesome presentation, and I'm very, very glad. I am very much motivated now to move on. I said 1 and you gave 10. I am minus 9. Dr. Sakwe, minus, people are giving 1, you gave 10. Subtract 1, sorry, subtract 9. Okay, thank you so much. Now, do we have any contributions to make in all of these presentations, starting from the key partners down to the cost structure? Sincere apologies to Professor Olariko. Your network was breaking that we couldn't hear you, so we had to unmute another group member. Thank you so much. Okay, do we have contributions? Contributions. This is a presentation, our presentation on our upcoming proposed training firm. Okay. Now, if there is contribution, please feel free to raise your hand. I will unmute you. But while we are waiting for that, our time is fast spent. I never knew it was almost 6 p.m. already. Okay, so group 1, I will start with key activities. Yes, number 1, your key activities were captured. You have training. Training was a key activity, right? So, but the other things we mentioned there were the products. So you mentioned training, workshops, seminars, conferences, and all of those ones are just the products that the training activity will give, right? So if there were other activities, like if you check on, group 3, on the revenue stream, they said they will charge on materials. So on the key activities, we are supposed to have put production of materials. They said they were going to charge for admission. So in the key activities, we would have put admission. They said they were going to charge for consulting. In the key activities, we would have put consulting. They said they would charge for sponsorship, or they will request for sponsorship. So in our key activity, we would have had maybe advertising for sponsors and several other things they put there, which we could have identified in our key activities. So did we get that? Group 1, did we get that? Because group 3 is now giving us much more information on what our key activities really are. Then your key resources, the key resources, finance, HR, and facilities, very much appreciated. So finance is key. Human resources, the team, the expert pool, and others, very important. Infrastructure, office space, training rooms, training facilities, generally, cool. Then the facilities, you have laptops, software, and some other things you mentioned, they're cool. Now, the key partners, you mentioned key partners, number 1, IIPM, which is great, but other ones, you only use generic names, like you say, government at all levels. The best thing to do here is say, okay, at the local government, we need to partner with who are the local government. We need to be specific. Are we partnering with Ministry of Education at local government level? Are we partnering with which group, which department at local government are we partnering with? The same thing applies to the sister organizations, the government agencies, and the schools. We need to be specific on them. Group 2, your work is great. Your customer segment is a fresh graduate and job seeker. So what group 3 did is good enough. So we can say that enough. That's all you want to focus. Your value proposition, you said employability skills review and job acquisition. To me, I don't think it covers everything we want to do. We want to do training. So our primary objective is not review of skills. Our primary objective is to help them grow employability skills. So our primary value proposition should be capacity development for jobs, capacity development. That should be our core. Then job acquisition too is okay. Then you mentioned under value proposition, you mentioned emotional intelligence, IT skills, soft skills. If you look at what Group 1 did, Group 1 said part of the key activities training, they mentioned trained or training programs. So that's also good for mentioning the key things you want to do as product. Then on the customer relationship, you mentioned mentorship, CV reviews, job support. I sincerely feel that mentorship, CV reviews, and job support are just much more like value proposition, like the features they will get to enjoy after they've come to the firm. Okay, so the customer relationship, we need to review that. We need to review that. How do customer relationship is just asking us 3 questions. How do we acquire customers? How do we engage them? And how do we retain them? Okay, how do we bring them in? How do we engage them and how do we retain them? Mentorship could be a good way, but mentorship is much more of the value they will receive, right? So someone is saying audio, please. So please, if you can hear me, kindly type 11 in the chat room. If anyone could hear me, kindly type 11 in the chat room. All right. So please, Mr. Stephen, you may wish to check your audio or raise your volume from your side. Maybe you use your mic. Okay, is it that it's not audible? Mr. Okunoga, is it not audible enough? If it's not audible enough, please let me know. Or if it is quite audible, just type 11. Okay. I'm actually having another device here, and it's very audible. Okay, so someone says sometimes my voice goes faint. Okay, because I'm moving my face to and fro. Okay, so let me put my paper in front of this place so that I don't need to be moving my face to and fro. All right. Group 2, I've given you a review. Or your review is what I'm working on now. Okay. Thank you. Now, Group 3, I don't need to do so much there. Your core structure was well articulated. Company registrations, rents, furnishing, equipment and machines, vehicles, maintenance, stationery and printing, ads, paying of taxes, salaries, wages, facilitation costs, corporate social responsibilities. Maybe now that we are in digital age, we may have to add things like subscriptions. Yeah, that will help. Cost of communication, that will also help. Then the revenue stream, fees from registration, admission, sponsorship, material selling, consultancy fees, and others. Well-articulated channels, websites, social media, newspapers, magazines, electronic media like TV, radio, referral. So thank you so much. Thanks to everyone for this wonderful presentation. I am very much excited that we're able to do this and it came out quite professional. Now, Do I have any question? You know, we've just been doing yesterday's work. I've not touched today's work. Okay. So this was the reason why we needed to move to Saturday, because we cannot just pretend that everyone understood and then just fly over. No, we don't do that here. So please, if there's any question, let me know. If there is no question, please, there is something you will do for us. I observed that in the review, we asked for Facebook. Most of us actually just liked the page, but did not give the reviews. Only one person I saw that gave the review. So please, if you've not liked our page on Facebook, please kindly visit Facebook. First of all, like the page, IIPM International, and then give us a review. First of all, like the page. When you like the page, go to the review button and give us a review. So I'm going to allow us for 2 minutes and then we'll be back. So first thing, like the page. Second thing, give us a review. If you like the page the first time, then second, just go to the review section and give us a review. So I just posted the link, and 2 minutes, we'll be back. Please don't go too far. 2 minutes, we will be back. 2 minutes, we will be back. Ooh. All right, please, Barrister Abiodun, kindly click on the link we gave, or you just search on Facebook, IIPM International, Integrated Institute of Professional Management. You see our page, you like the page, and then you will see the buttons for the review. You give us a review. So sorry for the inconveniences you're facing. All right, thank you so much and welcome back. Thank you so much. And welcome back. In the next few minutes, we are going to go through some other vital elements, but let me check through something. Let me quickly check through something. Okay, so if you can see my screen, when you open to our page, this is what you see. That's if you've liked our page before. So you see that, but you see home, classes, shop, services, reviews. So you click on reviews, click on the 5, and it pops up something like that. And then you type what you want to type, and that's all. So you click on the page, go to reviews, and then click on the 5-star rating, and then it will provide you a space to type, and then you type and save. That's just it. So for now, you can see from my screen, there is only one person that gave us a review in 56 minutes ago. That's Professor Mbe. She's the one that gave us. Every other person is either yesterday or a few hours ago, long time ago. Okay, so we want to see your review. And I'm still refreshing. So all those people that say, John, thank you for liking our page, but now we want to get your review. All right, so we'll do that in another activity. Please, I'm also speaking to those of us in YouTube as well. All right. Thank you. Now, quickly, we've done so well today. I just feel like saying everybody should go home. I sincerely think we've done well today. I've learned quite a lot from you today. And I'm so impressed that you learned something from what we did yesterday. And for those that just came in today, you were able to adjust very fast, and you also learned something. So we are so impressed. But for the fact that this is a new class, oh, somebody's tired. All right, so sorry. So let's quickly go through just one section, then tomorrow we will be rounding up with the other sections. So let's look at client relationship management. Let's look at client relationship management, client relationship management, client relationship management. Now, in client relationship management, like I said earlier, there are basically 3 things you want to do: attract your customers, attract the prospects, engage them, and turn them into sales, right? That's all you want to do. So attract, engage, and sell. Attract, engage, and sell. Can you type that in the chat room? Attract, engage, and sell. Attract, engage, sell. Attract, engage, sell. Tomorrow's time is for 10 a.m. Tomorrow's time is 10 a.m. West African time. Okay, so attract, engage, sell. Can you type that? Can we all type that in the chat room? Attract, engage, sell. Attract, engage, sell. Attract, engage, sell. Attract, engage, sell. That's all you want to do. Attract, engage, and sell. Attract, engage, and sell. So in this client relationship, all we want to look at now is how do we attract prospects, how do we engage them, and how do we turn them to sales? That's all we want to do, right? So let's walk through this together. Now, this is a very important aspect. You know, we spoke about customer segmentation and we spoke about customer relationships. So we're going to talk about 2 of them here, and we speak a little of marketing. But tomorrow we're going to have much more time to focus on marketing, all right? Okay, so let's go with the first things first. Now, there's something we need to understand. We've just built a business model on a training consulting firm, and all of the things we say, they are wonderful. It shows how we know our business. But there's something else you also need to know, and that is knowing about the industry, knowing about the market. Now, I'm going to provide some charts here. Now, in the marketing section or in the market, please note there's a difference between marketing and market, right? Marketing is the art of distributing your products to your customers, while market is the total number of people you are selling to. So when we say market, we're referring to the population of customers, while marketing is the art of selling to these customers or getting this product to these customers. Now here we have, in those acronyms, we have PAM, TAM, SAM, and SOM. PAM, you have what we call the potential addressable market. TAM, you have the total addressable market or total available market. SAM, you have serviceable available market. And SOM, you have serviceable and obtainable market or share of the market. Now, when most people come into business, especially this consulting, their focus is on PAM, potential addressable market. So now that we just said the market is about $3.15 billion, that's what somebody's attention is now, $3.15 billion. But that is just the potential market sum that we are looking at. Okay, Then from there, we go down to the total addressable market. So now we can now come down to our location where we are, come down to the target audience where we are. Take for instance, we said our target is the total market average as of 2020 is 3.15 billion. That is the total consulting exercises, including management consulting, technical consulting, financial, all of them. All right. Now we are coming down to training. So the question is, what is the total addressable market for training? It cannot be the same as the total potential market for the general consulting. I hope you're getting what I'm saying. So you have to find that out. Now, the next one is for you to find out of this total addressable market, which one is serviceable? Because not every one of them will buy your product. Not every one of them will be interested in your product. Not everyone will be buoyant enough, even though they are interested, they will not be buoyant enough to buy your product. Okay. Now, the next one is your sum, your serviceable and obtainable market, and that is where you're paying your interest in. Until you get to that sum, you don't have a revenue generating market yet. So you have to streamline till you get to your sum. So we could say we have our market target is youth. We have 120 million youths in Nigeria, for instance. That's the potential addressable market. Now you want to address youths who have BSc and HND. That's your total addressable market. Then you now want to address youths who don't have employment. That is your serviceable market. Now you want to address youths who don't have employment and they don't have employability skills or they don't have employable skills. That is your sum. Did you get that range? Did you get the way it's been narrowed down? First, you have, for instance, 120 million youth in Nigeria. That's potential addressable market. But you now have a criteria that says you just want to focus on people who had gone for BSc and HND, right? That brings your market to your addressable market. It's no longer everybody, but now you have criteria, you've drawn it down. Now, from that total addressable market, you now say your interest is on those who doesn't have jobs. They don't have employable skills to get them a job. You finally reduce it more. Then you now want to get those who don't have employability skills and they are not employed. Those are the main people that are your target. And those are the people that will pay you if you bring your service or your product to them. If you understand this illustration, please can you type AA in the chat room, capital AA. If you understood this illustration, if you understood this chat, type capital AA in the chat room, capital AA in the chat room. Okay. So thank you for understanding. I'm going to believe that you, okay, so somebody's asking a question. He says, so why didn't you just go straight to this category? You can't just go straight to this category. I love your question, but you can't just go straight to this category. Why you can't go straight to this category? Because you need to understand your industry. Do you get what I'm trying to say? You need to understand your industry. You also, that's why we talk about niche consulting. By the time you're getting to sub, you are now focusing on a niche, no longer on the general market. You're now focusing on a niche. But in your needs assessment, remember yesterday we spoke about needs assessment. It is your needs assessment that will help you drive down this sum. Tell you that, yes, these are the people you need most in this business. So you don't pay attention to sharing your flyers to maybe people who have not gone to primary school, but they are adults, they are youth. Okay, so they are not your target. Or those who have gone to primary school, but they've not gone to secondary and they are not graduates. So this particular trend helps you to keep streamlining. Okay, and every investor will want you to prove that you understand both the potential market and the serviceable market. They want you to prove that, yes, you understand what the component of your market is like. Now, If you drill down, this is what your market could further look like. You have A, those people who are general customers in the market, everyone is scrapping for them. Okay, everyone is scrapping for them. Everybody is looking for all these customers. For instance, we have 120 million youths, right? Those are the potential customers we want, right? But every other competitor is looking for these youth. So most of the times, if you ask someone, who are your customers, say youth. Youth is not a market. It's not a serviceable market. It doesn't tell you exactly who you're looking for. If you ask most consulting firms that do trading, they will ask you, who are you? It's a youth. No definition of youth. And that makes the marketing difficult. All right. Now, the other category of people are the Bs who are buoyant and uninterested. They have the capacity to pay for your product. They are in the category of people you want as customers, but they are not interested in your product. You have not been able to convince them that, yes, they can buy from you. All right, you've not been able to convince them. Then you have the C. These ones are interested, but they don't have the resources to buy from you. They are very much interested, but they don't have the resources to buy from you. They are not buoyant to buy. So every time they will come to you and say, sir, please, or ma, please, this thing we want to do it. Okay, they give you assurance every day that they will surely do it one day, but they don't have the capacity. See those people, if you bank on them, you will soon be telling, I have an idea, but I don't have money to execute it. All right. Then you have the D. They are the interested and the buoyant. They are the smallest group that you can service, but they will give you what you want. Remember the 80-20 rule. In whatsoever thing you're doing, always remember the 80-20 rule. The 80-20 rule says, in this category, only 20% of the people in the market are your addressable market. The remaining 80%, they are not for you. Only 20% of the people in the market, 20% out of the 100% are really your market audience. So what you really want to find out in attracting customers is find the people who are just the 20% for you. Okay, the people who are just 20% for you. So I will give this analogy again. So you have the general market, potential addressable market, potential market. A, 120 million youths. Your target audience is youth. So you have the market where you have a large market where you have 120 million youths in Nigeria, for instance. And then you now stream it down and say the 120 people you're looking for, they are 120, you are interested in the youth who have gone to school, they have their BSc and they have their HND, but they are not employed, right? You see, the number will reduce. That becomes your addressable market. Then you have your C. Your C now becomes those who have HND and BSc, but they don't have the employability skills that you want to give. Not all HND and BSc holders are of employment skills. Some have good employment skills. So your attention is on those who doesn't have. So that brings you to the C, and then finally to the D, those who don't have and they don't have employment skills or employable skills, and they don't have job. Those are the people you're really looking out for. Okay, and that is where you're going to. Until you get those people, your market will still be filled with struggles. Your market will still be filled with, he promised me, but he did not show up. If he promised and did not show up, simply means that's not that person is not part of your market. There is what we call market desperation. You need to. Tomorrow we'll be talking about blue ocean strategy. Please, for whatsoever reason, don't miss tomorrow's class, because it's going to be the last, and we are going to be pouring out of everything. What you want to find out is a desperate and a hungry market. And you see this green button, or you see this you see this sum, those people there, they are the desperate and the hungry market. And those are the people you want to deal with. So your assignment in conducting your needs assessment After you have found the need, the next thing is to, how do I get these people that are so desperate for this product, that are so desperate for these skills? All right, very, very important. So tomorrow we'll be looking at Blue Ocean strategy for consultants. So ensure to be there. If you have not made that commitment of 5,000, please promise yourself to make that commitment. Somebody yesterday told us that he didn't have the 5,000, and my coordinator prayed that God will provide for him, and God provided. He paid today. So if you have it in your heart, we pray that God will provide for you. Okay. All we want from you is to support the project we are doing. All right. Be part of our CSR. Okay. Now you understand that CSR is a major cost item. So join us in that. So this is just by the way. So we need to find the hungry and the desperate market. Very hungry and very desperate market. Very hungry and very desperate market to be able to sell. Okay. All right. Now let me quickly proceed. Now let's look at the first call of attracting. Okay, so before I go to the first call, let's look at the transition. This is what your customer segmentation looks like. You have customer segmentation. You could choose to do your segmentation based on geographical segmentation like location, languages, climate, time zone, currency, and all of that. You can do that. Then you can also do your segmentation based on demographic like age, gender, income, and ethnicity. For instance, I just gave an example of our product, the one we just designed, training, and our focus is on job seekers and job seekers and who again? Our focus is on job seekers and fresh graduates. So if we want to do geographical segmentation, we can do that. By doing geographical segmentation, during the registration process, you could decide to add things like address, current address. Now, what do you want to do? You want to know the most, if you have partners around, you want to know the most convenient place that you can send them to assess a partner. Now that we want to give them a job, we want to place them on a job, we have our partners, job recruiters, or those companies who are ready to gain a sourcing partnership with us. Okay, so we want to also know the locations. We want to know the locations of the applicants so that we know how to move them to these partners in time. So when we say geographical segmentation, is not something big. There is no form, be it digital or physical form, that does not have a geographical segmentation part in it. They will always ask you your address, okay? And that is part of it. Your language, your tribe, okay? That's part of it. Then you have your demographic. You also hear things like age, your birth date, your gender, your income, your ethnicity, your religion, are you married or not? Those are part of demographics, right? How many children do you have if you're married? Then you have the behavioral segmentations like occasions, usage rates, benefit sorts, loyalty, and usage history. There are people that if you offer your product 1,000,000 times, they will always be there. There are people in this class now that since we started this year, they've been in all the programs. We've done more than 5 programs this year. I'm talking of full courses, full-blown courses. They've been in all of them. Professor Taiwo has been in all of the trainings. Dr. Alex has been in all of the trainings. Honorable Jason has been in all of the trainings. Truslin has been in most of the trainings because he attended most of them last year or the other years. But any new training, you just find them there. And they are not just coming to pass time. They come, they learn, they pay. Those people, you find them under this segmentation. And whenever they come, they will tell you specifically why they are coming. They are not just coming because you are the best. They are coming because there is something they want to do. Professor Taiwo will always tell you, I have a consulting, educational consulting, I'm building capacity to very specific. Dr. Anders will tell you I'm an educational consultant. So I'm building. So these kind of people, you can also segment them. So if you have discounted products or you want to give some kind of freebies and all of them, you can say, okay, these ones, I know them, they're always here. For you to come, this one is for you. Then you have the other people's psychographic segmentation. These ones are people who work more by beliefs, values, opinions, interests. Okay, some people's interest could be in politics. If you are doing product like magazine, football, in most of those things, food, some luxury products, you might have to do things like psychographic. And please, let me summarize this particular slide by saying this. You don't just want to use geographic. You don't just want to use demographic. You don't just want to use behavioral. You don't just want to use psychographic. You want to have what we call transition. So you want to move them from one level of relationship to another level. And that's why you cannot stop developing products as a business developer. You can't stop developing products. You know, when we started our programs, we didn't have mini MBA programs. We didn't have professional MBA programs, but they were part of the plan. But we know that someday, somehow, we will have a group of people that this particular courses or programs will interest them. And now, as it were, we are beginning to write for partnership. We don't just want to come out and say we are offering mini MBA or that. No, we are beginning to write out for partnership. We are securing both local and international partnership for our mini MBA. So if you're doing an MBA program with us, we have a university who will issue you that MBA on our behalf, and we'll also issue you also, when you're done, you have 2 certificates. The one that an educational institution will issue you, and the one that a professional institution will issue you. That gives us better results. But note, before, when they came in just on the basis of geographic and demographic, your name, your information, the course you're registering for, you came in. And then with time, we began to separate them based on behavior. And then with time, we began to separate them based on interest. So you want to give them that transitioning, right? Don't just stop in one place. Your product can be outdated before you bring it out. So as you're bringing out a product designed for a particular customer segment, start working on the next product to move that customer from that particular product to another higher product. Did you get what I just said now? What I'm saying now, I'm giving you the jack in the pot, or the pot in the jack, or the jackpot, whichever one. How is it even called? Is it jack in the pot, or pot in the jack, or jackpot, whichever one? But you understand what I'm trying to say, right? Okay, so give me the correct one. Is it jack in the pot, or pot in the jack, or jackpot? So whichever one that is the correct one, please type it in the chat room. Let me learn. Is it jackpot, or jack in the pot, or pot in the jack? Woo. So is it jack in the pot, or jackpot, or pot in the jack? Okay, so someone said it's jack in the pot. Thank you. Sorry. So it's jackpot. All right. Jackpot. Okay. Jackpots. All right. I want to be sure you understood. Just forget my humor. I want to be sure you understood what I just said now. All right. And to give me that assurance, I just need someone to unmute and tell me a little of this particular thing. You see, this thing I just said now, finish everything about customer segment. So I have nothing else to say there. If you truly understood the jack in the pot, or the pot in the jack, or the jackpot, just kindly unmute and let's say, all right. Dr. Sakwe, let's hear from you.
Okay, so briefly, in summary, what I get from what you have said, customer segmentation, it's just like what I put on the chat room, that it's like planning a product, so life cycle of a product. So planning a product from beginning to the end. Now, if you want to plan, you need to understand the people you are planning for. You need to know everything, or have all the information you may probably ever need in order to not just plan a product for now, but also forecast for the clients. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I love that word you used, or two words you used, the product life cycle and forecast for the customer. And someone put in the chat room, the engineer Ahmed put customer profiling. All right, another person put continuous improvement on service. Now let's summarize it this way. If I say customer profiling, all I want to do is at the end of the day, I put them in a particular segment out of these four. That's what we call customer profiling. But when we begin to look at it at the point of product life cycle, okay, we also want to move them through the product, but more importantly, that continuous improvement on product to move them from one level to another, and then move them. Okay, there is somebody that is finding difficult to pay 5,000 now, but with time, the person will pay 100,000. Do you know why? Because it's a gradual process. It's a gradual. There are people that the first time they met us, okay, someone like Truslin, when she came the first time, I think they paid, was it 25,000? And it was easy for her to pay. So she built confidence. Oh, these guys are good. She came the next time, she paid 65,000. Oh, these guys are good. The next time she came, I think she paid about, in her induction, about 125,000. But these guys are still good. We've not changed. But what have we done? We've just moved gradually. There are some people that by the time we're going for induction, maybe they find it difficult to pay 5,000. We don't trust these guys. We don't even know them. Where are they coming from? Where is your location? Where is your office? Are you in Lagos? Do you have a physical location in Ibadan? Can we meet you in your center? You just have all those questions. Now, because of 5,000, right? But very soon, someone will pay 150 and not bother about 5,000. Okay. Yesterday, someone made a payment of 250,000. And I remember the first time this person got to meet us, right? This person met us when they were paying 7.5. Our courses then was 7.585. And he made that payment like 3 times. He made 7.5. That time we were doing 7.5 programs, 2012, 2013. He made the payment like 3 times because he was a core member then. But yesterday he paid for a program, 250,000 once. What has happened? There had been a change. And what have we done? We've also tried to psychographically segment him in the areas that he now belongs to. We cannot, for whatsoever reason, imagine him to be the core member that we made 2012. It is not possible. All right. So okay. So let me put it this way. There's what we call customer lifetime value. In CS, they call it customer experience, customer journey. CS, that's what they call CS, customer experience. So what in your segmentation, you're bringing them from one angle that is very soft, and then you move them gradually. You move them to that point that it becomes very difficult for them to consider any option when it comes to the services you deliver, or when it comes to the products you deliver. Okay, we still have so many members that before they go think of any program, they will call us first. Do you people do so program? If we say no, please, can we know where to do this? And then we'll recommend, or we say, okay, let's research and find out. Okay, but there are those that if they call, do we do this product? Yes, okay, I'm registering. When is the next diet? Why? Because there had been a transition. There had been a movement. Apart from segmenting them and profiling them to one segment, we've been able to move them from phase, and then some of us now are gradually becoming ground patrons in the institute. All right. Okay. So quickly, let's move forward. How do you attract? Remember, we just have 3 things to do here. So attract, engage, and turn into sales. So how do we attract? There is something like Kieron put together. This chart is gotten from Kieron. So I'm going to run what Kieron says, the traditional models we talk about. Then we will now look at it in the native format, what we face. Now, Kieron says to attract customers, number 1, identify your ideal customers, which we've already done. Number 2, solve their problems or help them reach their goals, which is our value proposition. Build partnerships with them. do content marketing, do build trust and reputation with quality. Now offer trials, discounts, and referrals. Participate in exhibitions and networking sessions. This is wonderful. Everything Kieran says is lovely, right? But let's look at it in the African context and the Nigerian context. Everything Kieran said is good and beautiful. Now, number one, in Nigeria, in Africa, if you want to sell, especially consulting, listen to me. Hey, God is good though. I'm sure you're seeing my screen very well. If you want to sell in Nigeria, offer free services. Hey, God is good. In your consulting, in your business, find out how to use the word free a lot in your consulting. Find out how. Find out how to use the word free a lot. And I'm going to give you a very simple scenario. I studied most businesses and I found out that their most convenient way of attracting customers is make the entry phase free. Facebook, do you pay any dime to join Facebook? Facebook has the largest population of living and dead human beings today on earth. So both spirit and both the dead and the living, they are on Facebook. Why? There was this free, join us for free. And that's why on Facebook, the largest population on Facebook are Africans. The largest, because we like free things. It's just in our nature. So if you want to sell to Nigerians, if you want to sell to Africans, you know what? Know how to find how to use free. Now, somebody in the chat room type free. Type free, type it in capital letters. Okay. Type free, capital letter, free. No, you are not poor. You're not poor. You see, this has nothing to do with poverty. Okay. There is this first strategy has nothing to do with poverty. It has nothing to do with poverty. Okay, so you just need to understand that is an environmental kind of psych. Okay, is a cultural kind of psych. So it has nothing to do with free or not. Even Dangote want to test before he buy. Even Dangote, he want to test before he buys. And that's why in the Western world, you need to study their business format so that you can be able to practice. You know, a typical African man, his concern is profit, make money. But a typical Western man, his concern is create value, make impact. If people can have the value, if people can have the impact, they will pay for it. That's the Westerner. Now, a typical Black man is put the profit first. You calculate your profit before you start. Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg said he never expected to be one of the richest men in the world by doing what he did. He wanted to connect people. LinkedIn is becoming, I think it should be the second, okay, professionally is the number one, but it's free. But when you now want to access something, they will tell you, okay, this one is that, that one is that. So learn how to use the word free. All around the world, those that are making the most sales, they use the word free. If you think I'm joking, go and find out. When you go to Coca-Cola, you hear things like drink, win 5 million. Just by drinking, you win 5. They want to give you free 5 million. And because you want to get free 5 million, you will end up drinking one crate and you've not found 5 million. You've not even found 100 naira. And Glow will tell you 50 million. Okay, 50, just with 50 million. What do you need to do? Recharge 100 naira and send yes to whatever. And then your mind start telling you, oh boy, see money. Okay. And you start recharging. You recharge 5,000. You've not seen 500 back. Okay, but the advert is still before you. 50 million. Who want to be a millionaire? Send 100 naira to whatever. You send the 100 naira 1,000 times before they call you. And when you get there, you get to that point, you return back to 1,000 naira, you come back. So this is not just like a side, it's just a human nature. Man want to be given everything for free. If you check McGregor's theory of X and Y, McGregor's theory of X and Y. X said man doesn't like work. He just wants to get everything for free. That's McGregor's theory. So it has nothing to do whether you're black or not. But it's just that in the African context, we want the money first. Let's agree on the price before we start. No price, no work. And the price must culminate to profit. This thing I'm telling you now, if you use this strategy in the next 90 days, and you don't get more than 100 customers knocking at your door, just assuming for people like those of us that are in the financial market now, look at how crazy people are killing, how these financial people are killing all manner of human beings in the name of loan. And the funny one is that some of them now, they will give people you don't know loan, and the next thing they do, they are calling you. Okay, just imagine you set up a loan project that you mean is actually free. Okay, it's actually free for the first 3 months. So it will give you this loan. Okay, maybe we'll give you 10 million. And your you have 3 years repayment plan, and then you have 6 months free, no tax. So we only charge you for 1 year and 4 months. Just imagine what will happen. Okay, so someone is confessing now. Someone is confessing. This is how you got me on this program. Another one said, me too. But are you not enjoying it? See how your life is changing. Your contribution has been changing a lot of things. If we had not made it free, we wouldn't have learned from you. You wouldn't have learned from us. Okay. But is it free? The answer is yes. You can do this training 100% and say, I'm not interested in your certificate. You can go home and rest. The only reason why you're paying is because you think the value is commensurate and you want to and you want to try it. So if you think it's working for us, why don't you try it? All right, why don't you try it? Now, the second reason or the second way to attract customers is give assurance. Give assurance. Practical results that will be seen by the end of the day. Give assurance. Give assurance. For those of us that said, or for that particular business, we said you will get a job acquisition. So give them assurance that they will get a job. If after 3 months you have not gotten a job, come back, we'll refund your money. That's an assurance. You're definite of the best product or the best offer you are giving. If you're sure of your product, you will give the highest level of assurance. If you're sure of your product, you will give the highest level of assurance. If you're sure of the value, you will give the highest level of assurance. You want to build trust, right? You want this customer to come back again, not just promise that is not fulfilled. It is promise fulfilled and promise kept. Okay, promise fulfilled and promise kept. Promise fulfilled and promise kept. Promise fulfilled and promise kept. So give your assurance. We gave assurance here, right? That after 90 days, if you're unable to increase your retention, your customer acquisition rate and retention rate by 25%, come back, we'll pay you whatsoever thing you ever paid. And if in 90 days, you're not sure of raising 1 million naira from a consulting product or consulting engagement, or you're unable to transform your business to give you 1 million naira in 30 days, hey, that's after 90 days, every 30 days, you're not sure of 1 million, come back, we'll refund your money fully so that you have nothing to lose. Let's bear the risk, right? Let's bear the risk. So when you are trying to attract customers, take the risk. Take what? Take the risk. Leave the customer doesn't know what the product is all about. So bear the risk. Keep the risk to yourself. When he comes in and he enjoys the product, then you share the risk with him or her. Okay? Now, number 3, give discounts. I don't need to talk about much on that one. Now, number 4, this is where some people have problem. If you don't know how to overpromise and deliver on that promise, overpromise. Give a promise that is unbelievable, that is unmatchable, that is unthinkable. Give a promise that the customer will say, I will dare you to try this thing you said. give an overpromise. It is not political. Overpromise. For instance, after 90 days, you don't have result. Come back and collect your money. Can anybody do that? I don't know, but we'll do it. Try it and see. But if you have value and then you come back and say you want to, we'll do evaluation from. But there are people that before you even say my money, will return it to you because we know you even carrying our name might bring us some discomfort. Okay, so try to overpromise. There is nothing wrong. One thing about overpromise is that it drives you. You see that continuous improvement. By the time you overpromise, you will go and put yourself on continuous research to deliver to what you said. And that is where the confidence comes from customers. That's where loyalty comes from. Nobody ever did this, they did it. And that's where word of mouth and referral begins to go forward. Okay, very, very, very good. Then have a social proof, have testimonials. Request for reviews, request for testimonials from your clients. If they have good value, request. Then give rewards to your customers. Promise rewards. Then have a refund policy. There's some people, their refund policies after purchase, no refund. Hey, God have mercy. You will soon keep that product and nobody will buy it. Especially for most of us selling online now, there is refund policy is a must if you're an online consultant or an online seller or an online merchant. Refund policy is a must. Now, if you think that product is a good one, then give a good refund policy. Okay, give what? A good refund policy. Now, I will add extra to this. Please write this down. There is one thing you need to know. Customers buy based on emotions. So use emotional selling, emotional ads. And part of the emotional ads you use, there's what we call the fear factor. Fear, 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 fear factor. F-E-A-R, fear. Use fear factor in your selling. Example of fear factor, you could advertise a product like, do you know 120 million Nigerian youths are currently unemployed? Do you know in the next 5 years, we'll be having 10 million Nigerian youths joining this market? That will be 130 million Nigerian youths. At the moment, do you know we have just 5,000 new jobs every year? That means we have over 500 million people unemployed. And you know that these 5,000 jobs keep decreasing. You know what you're doing? You're putting fear on the person. Now, when you get these skills, when you get this program, when you get that, you stand a chance to be among the 5,000 that will get job. That person will say, oh, Pari, they don't finish. The person will now be asking you, please, how do I do this program? Where do I start from? So use the emotional side. Use the emotional side. Use the emotional side. Okay, use the emotional side. Then another one is use influencers. Use influencers. Use influencers. For most of us that do digital marketing, you could comment or tag influencers in your post. For instance, let's say Samadeyemi wrote something on LinkedIn. I could want to type something. I know so many people are searching for Samadeyemi every day. So I could say, according to, I will name him Samadeyemi. He wrote on so. I will name him again. By the time I finish a post of 5 sentences, I would have mentioned him like 3 times. And those people following him, they'll be receiving notification. So person mentioned Samadeyemi in a comment. So person mentioned Samadeyemi in a post. And if that Samadeyemi has 1 million people that view his post every day, just by mentioning his name, I already have 1 million people coming to view my post. But please remember, you just have to use this in the right way. You just have to use it in the right way. So let's assume Samademi wrote something on leadership. You could say, according to Samademi's leadership principles, you mention some of the things he wrote about leadership. And then if you want to talk about leadership training, then you can talk about it. But the most important thing is that you quoted him based on what he said and what your posting has relevance on what he said. Not that you now say, you now hashtag Samademi, you now say, join this WhatsApp group, pay 20,000, get 1 million, pay 5, they will just sue you. Okay, they would, because nothing concerns him with that post you're making, and that is fraudulent. Okay, all right. That is all I could say for now on this particular page. Now remember, you want more than attracting, you want buying clients. All of these people, none of them have been able to pay. They just came. They just came. Let's go back to that funnel. See how big that funnel is. See, all of them are just here. See the big funnel. Wow, we want free program. We want free services. We want discount. All of them are here. But they've not been able to move to the engagement. So the next thing you want to do, oh, these people are interested, but we now want to move them. Okay, now before I proceed, do I have any question, any comment, any contribution? If you think this section is worth it, if you think these offers are great and you think it can really turn 25% gain, I need you to type a big yes in the chat room. If you think it's not worth it and it might not give you what you want, just tell us what you feel and then we'll work on it. Okay, so I'm seeing some big yeses in the chat room. Okay, so I have a question. Someone say, according to P2P, no, not P2P. I saw something, I said, why not use Reassure? I think I saw something like that. According to P2B's measures in reducing cost of governance, we must make our leaders accountable after they leave office. Okay. Okay, oh, thank you. Okay, so Kayode Ajola said, overpromise. Why not say reassure? Okay, my opinion, because not everyone can manage the word overpromise. Lies were setting, and then you can meet deadline. I stand to be corrected, please. This is a thought. Okay, so thank you so much for your thought, and that is great. Remember what I said. As a consultant, one of your key skills is critical thinking, innovative thinking. You should be able to go the extra length beyond your competitors. You should be able to do what? Go the extra length beyond your competitors. So when you've gone to that extra length, take for instance, when Techno first came to Nigeria, you could actually use Technophone to host a party without needing a DJ because the volume was so loud. And most Nigerians rejected it, especially the high class. So the promise wasn't that impressive. Then Techno came back and started adding things like Google, browsers and all of that, but we didn't yet accept it. What did Techno do? Techno only gave us a promise that Nokia, Samsung, what is the all those other ones couldn't give us. Techno just came out and gave us a promise that we couldn't believe. First of all, Techno now told us that we can now use touch screen. Whether you're poor man, rich man, any kind, you can use touch screen. That was an unbelievable promise. But did they meet up with it? Yes, they did. Techno now made it that we can have very sharp, what do you call it? Very sharp camera with low budget. Did they get that? Yes. Techno came up and then told us now you can use Android. You don't need to bother about Apple. You don't need to bother about Samsung. In fact, for the period of time that Techno brought in Android, they were the first to introduce Android. For the very first years, Nokia went completely blank. Samsung struggled to revive. Apple struggled with their market. Motorola left the market completely. BlackBerry died and never resurrected, and several of them. So what are we saying? By over-promising, you are only going the extra length to give what your competitors cannot give at the moment. That is called market disruption. Anytime you see market disruption, it's just a product of an overpromise that has been kept. Honorable Ajala, Kayode, did you get that? Reassuring simply means you told this customer that this product, this watch, it is water resistant, and every other competitor is doing the same thing. Okay, so you just want him to know, okay, this is water resistant. Okay, so water resistant. I reassure you, if this is not water resistant, come and collect back your money. He can get that water resistant watch anywhere from among the competitors. But when you give that overpromise that he cannot find anywhere, just tell him now, assuming, I'm not saying this is real. Okay, let me even use what is real. There is this project that Virgin has been working on. Is it Virgin Group? What are they working on? They want to have an automobile that can run on the land, and when it gets to the water, it can sail as a canoe or a ship, and on the air it can fly like a plane. They've been working on that for years, and they've been able to turn this automobile. It can run on the land, and it can drive, or it can sail on the waters. Now, the next thing they are working on is to get it to fly. Is that not an overpromise? That's an overpromise. They are working on it, and they tell the customers, this is what we are bringing. And we are all expectant. Elon Musk gave the promise of electric car. No other person has ever thought about it. But Elon Musk came about it, and everybody's crazy about electric cars. Audi came up with, what they call it now? Artificial intelligent robotic cars, and they came up with cars that are keyless. They don't have steering. They just did crazy things. So if you go to most, I think there was a time one of the cars came to Lagos. Okay, people were just gathered looking at it. The car was driving, but there was nobody on the steering. These are overpromise. How does this come about? Get to think critically. Okay, get to think what? Think beyond the others. And that's what makes the difference. You want to be a business leader, it is the customers that makes you a leader actually. It's not your product that makes you a leader. It is the product customers accept that makes the business leader. Do I have any other question? Okay, so Dr. Sakwe said, having business audacity, the business audacity that causes market disruption. Okay, thank you. Trustly said market disruption. Okay, so if I have any question, please ask me. The things I'm telling you now, they are not the conventional things. If you go to paper, if you go to school, this is what we'll teach you there. You see, this is what we'll teach you in school. What you're seeing on my screen now, that's what we'll teach you in school. But will not be as practical as I'm telling you. Everything I just said here is exactly the same thing I said here. I've not added anything. I've not changed anything. The only thing I've just changed is the order to make it understandable and applicable. That's what I've just done. There is no difference between what Kieran said here and what we have said here. Now, please, if I have a question, feel free to ask me. If I have a question, please feel free to ask me. Question, if any. All right, so if there's no question, let's quickly round up now. The next thing we want to do is engagement. So all of this multitude of people, you want to engage them. I love what Acquire did, so I'm going to use their work to explain engagement. You have awareness, you have research, you have consideration, you have purchase, and you have used the data for something else. Now, how do you engage? In this present time, you have things like online ads, viral emails, getting yourself searchable on Google, having beautiful landing pages and working landing pages, registration pages, and all of that, having good blog posts like content marketing, and having referring sites, have other sites linked to you, go to Facebook, post your work, go to LinkedIn, go to, they are called referring sites, backlinks, all right? Now, from all of these, this person moves down, you have the live chat. Yesterday, I said, if you're a consultant or prospective consultant, learn to build your website yourself. Now, one thing about building websites is that you can do your website the way you want, all right? If you chat with IIPM now, as I'm talking, somebody will respond to you now, not tomorrow, now, except we are sleeping. Then they will tell you, come back, okay? But if you chat within working hours, between 8 a.m. and up to 10 p.m., somebody must respond to you because that's part of the engagement. You can't just come to our website and go. Sometimes if you come to our website and we notice that you're finding difficult, if you enter our site now, we will know. Nobody will tell us. We will know. We'll receive the alert that, yes, somebody has entered. And if you're on the wrong page, we'll chat you up immediately from the site and direct you to where you're supposed to go. You don't need to send the message to us. We'll just chat you up. For instance, when we first published this course, there was a mistake on the link that was sent. And then it was the information on the website that told us that, this is a wrong link. We came and we are seeing people, we see page not found, our page, what's happening? And then we went and saw that, this link, there was something wrong with it. Nobody needed to tell us, but because there was an AI system on our website that helps us track these things, it was easier for us to go change it and then start sending it back to every other person. And then we became much more alert on the website because we sent it out the first time. So anyone that comes in, we want to check where is he? Where is she? If she's on the wrong page, if he's on the wrong page, we'll quickly send you a message from the website. You don't need to leave. You're still there. We'll send you a message. You go to where you're supposed to go to. You register. We thank you for coming and you join us in the class. That's beautiful. Then you have your video chats. You have your co-browsing, okay? Co-browsing is still more of live chat, right? So the customer is there, you're there, and you're directing the customer from your site. Then from there, as you are doing all of this, the customer begins to consider whether to buy from you or not. So he returns back to your website and then want to have a demo with you, test your product, enjoy your free discounts, enjoy your freebies, all of those free. They want to see that through a demo, right? So you give them a demo and then they want to talk about pricing, okay? And you don't want to use pricing to scare them away. So you might still say, for the first 14 days. When I said this, people think it's like an African phenomenon. There's nothing African about it. It's just that we Africans will enjoy it. Now, when you go to buy some things online, they will say 14 days trial period, 30 days trial period, 90 days trial period. What are they doing? They're just trying to help you decide whether the price they are putting is good enough for you. Now, sometimes by the time you've gone for 30 days and you've seen the value, you don't just want to go, you pay for the value. And we all need to have that sense in our business modeling as consultants, knowing fully well that we are dealing with intangibles, not tangibles. We have to be very, very conscious of this. And then from there, this person buys, makes the purchase, and then gives you extra information about his journey with you. He gives you feedback, he gives you reviews, he gives you ratings, and all of that. Then you use that as part of your knowledge base to now reach out to more people, right? Very simple. Did you understand this chart? Is it a chart or is it just a journey? So if you understood it and you think it's workable, please kindly type 55 in the chat room. If you think this is workable, kindly type 55 in the chat room. If you think this is workable for you, kindly type 55 in the chat room. Okay, so I'm seeing information here. Barrister Defunke said, I didn't understand it. She's trying to be as plain as possible. Now, Trustly said, workable but time consuming. So let me start with Trustly. Trustly, it is not time consuming because if you can use WhatsApp, you can turn your system to whichever thing you want. let me give you an example of what we do in IPM. Now you come to our website. On our website, we just make sure that you have all the interactive platforms you can use. You can join us from WhatsApp right from our website. You can join us with a live chat right from our website, right? Now, if you don't want to do live chat from your website, you can do a WhatsApp. That's simple. Everyone does WhatsApp, right? Now, what's the time consuming in it? You can automate your WhatsApp messages. And that's where we are going to take the time also to talk about business automation for consultants. That's not now. After we're done with the technical, done with proposal writing, then we deal with that in subsequent time. But you need to understand how automation works, right? You can automate your emails. You don't need to be the one sending it on every now and then. I gave an example here yesterday. So let me find that example once again. So for instance, in IPM, we have our email automation system. And if you register on IPM platform, we don't need to be the one sending you message every now and then. Okay, we just have a system that sends you these messages that have been pre-populated before you even came in. Okay, the messages have been pre-populated before you even came in. So you can work it out. All of us, we can work it out. So if it is time consuming, it simply means you've not really understood it enough. And also note, you need partners to help you out. And you can turn your customers into partners. So most of you see in our WhatsApp groups, someone will ask a question, someone new will ask a question, and a member or someone who has gone through our training will answer the question. So it doesn't need to be you asking or answering the questions, right? All you need to do is build a community that trusts you, and then you achieve that. We'll still get to that point. Okay, and Barrister Abiodun says she doesn't understand it. Okay, that I didn't understand it is looking too big for me. Okay, so engagement is find the best ways to engage with your customers. You can engage them on Facebook. You can engage them on LinkedIn. You can engage them on WhatsApp. By all means, just try and engage them. Engage them with email. How many of us know that email marketing still remains, like when you come to 1, 2, 3 in digital marketing, email marketing is between 1 and 2. So if you don't pay attention to email marketing, you might be losing a whole lot of market. Email marketing. We didn't talk about it that much here, but you see something like viral marketing. And then some of us need to also understand that online ads is part of engagement. There are several people who have done our trainings, but they keep seeing our ads. Why? When they see our ad, it's easy for them to refer people to us. That makes it easier. So sometimes when we push the information before their faces, it's not because we want them to come. We just want them to see, oh, this program is up. And this person, before when he came, he felt good about it. So you want to recommend someone, right? That's why we push it before their very presence. And that's why we keep on running online ads. For people who have visited our website, for people who have attended our programs, for people who have come to our website, what do you call it? Social media pages, you can target those people and market to them and then engage them the more through WhatsApp, social media, emails, and every other means you deem necessary. For the sake of time, I'm going to move. I will come back to this in our discussion session tomorrow. Now, important engagement tips. Make communication effective. Plan your engagement. Don't just come up and start typing anything and start sending anything. No, if not, people in your group, they will be as dormant as anything. Now, segment your information. Know the information you want to pass and then know when to pass it. Segment the information you want to pass and then know when to pass it, all right? Then arouse interest. Please, this is arouse, not arouse. Arouse, please. Do not lie to your clients, no matter what. Do not lie to them. You want to have staying customers, so don't give them any impression that will make them want to leave, right? Always provide terms and conditions for the services you're rendering. If your client doesn't know your term and condition, it will lead to conflict. So to avoid conflict, always take time to clarify on terms and conditions. Settle that before you proceed. Be available, be accessible, and be reachable. By all means, be in the front always, or be in their front always. By all means, be in their front always. By all means, be in the front of your customers always. By all means, be in their front always. Okay. Woo! I'm just taking just one section. Okay, so let's complete it. Then I can give you a whole day off. Oh God. The next thing is the last point. So if we check what we did in the market segmentation, the fact that this is possibly the people who are interested in your product. These ones are the people who are interested and buoyant, and then these ones are the ones who are buoyant and interested, but they have not made up their mind to buy. Now, these ones are the ones who have the actual need. That's the blue ones. All right, so you have the green, red, and blue. So the blue ones are the total market that came to you. The red ones are the total ones that connected with you. And the blue ones are the ones that really made the deals. So this is more of 20% of the 80% of the people that came in. And not that you're going to stop here. You're going to keep on turning more people from green to blue, green to blue. You're going to keep on turning more people from green to blue, green to blue. How do you do this? By keeping on with communication. Okay, keeping on with communication. Now, how do you achieve this? Build quality services and products. Have excellent customer service. Be empathetic. Help your customers in making the decision. Sachetize your product or services. By segmenting your customers simply means you have different categories of products. So sachetize it. Break your product down in such a way that anybody within your customer segment region can buy according to their capacity. Now, if we have good customer segmentation, there's a possibility that we can turn everybody in this green to blue. Maybe not at once, but with time. All right. And every time a customer gives you interest in your product, it simply tells you how you can modify or create a new product for them. Do you get what I just said now? That's very, very important. Now, be flexible with your pricing. Lastly, learn to focus on value first. Don't be a profit first consultant. Be a value first consultant. If you can get them to see the value, price will not be a problem. We said that yesterday. If you can get them to see the value, price will not be a problem. Okay. Now, what are the retention strategies? Keep up with quality improvement and product innovation. We've said that over and over again. Build a community of clients. Please don't allow your clients to come and go and you think they will come back again. Keep them engaged. Employ them. By saying employ, I don't mean put them in your payroll. Put them in a community where they can relate with you. There is no big company today that doesn't have social media pages. And some of them has gone as far as creating WhatsApp group for their customers. Some even have physically, they have clubs in schools. What are they doing? They are building community of clients. Is there a business that cannot do that? It is open to all businesses. It is open to all businesses. You hear universities talk about alumni. What are they doing? They are building community of clients. You hear schools talk about all students association. What do you think they are doing? They are building community of clients, community of customers. Those all students, one day, their children will become new students in the school. Every business need to turn their customers to become family members. Every business need to turn their customers to become what? Family members, family members, family members. All right? Now, be resolute on service excellence. Involve clients in decision-making. Get clients involved in the new acquisition projects. So if you want to run new ads, let the customers know, oh, we are developing a new product. Please, if you know someone who could be interested in this, help us refer. Get them to be part of the new acquisition. By the time they use their testimonial, by the time they use the power of referral to talk to someone, the person will come also and stay. All right? All right. Now, Social intelligence is key. Do socials. What do we mean by do socials? Have CSR project, corporate social responsibility project. Time may not permit us to talk about all the whole strategic advantage for CSR. CSR is a sacrifice every business must pay to get to the top. Is a sacrifice. Whether you want to do it big or do it small, you just have to do it. Since the inception of IPM, we've been doing CSR. We've been doing CSR. Even the ones we had to trek to go and do, we did it. It's part of the business. And even what we are doing in most of our programs, come and learn for free, is part of CSR. Don't think it's free from us. It costs us something. Most of the times you see us bring facilitators, we pay them. Whether you pay or you don't pay, we pay them. So that's a CSR. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So you must be involved in CSR. Get involved in sending them, pay them messages, be part of their life. Engage in go to their weddings, prepare get-togethers for them. Be part of their social existence. It pays. Okay? Yes, we do. If it is churches, that is even our primary area. There is no year we don't do CSR. More than 3 years, church CSR, we don't announce it. There is no year we don't do youth empowerment project for churches. There is no year we don't go from university to university doing CSR project, and none of those universities pay us a dime, not one, not one, not one. We do it from the depth of our heart, free. Okay? Then be deliberate on giving gifts. Yes, give your customers gifts. Okay? Okay, so Victor, you can also tell us the millions you've received by being a pastor. Now, IPM has been in existence for years. The MDA CSR project is the first time in our entire existence that we had to ask our members to be part of it. That's the first time in our entire existence that we had to ask for sponsorship. That's the first time in our entire existence that we had to let the public know what we are doing. The first time. Okay, so now you are here enjoying free training, right? Who paid for it? How many millions came in for it? So when we say CSR project, we are not talking about NGO project. We are not talking about getting donors and support. These are things we do from what the community gave us. We are giving back to them. We don't need anybody to do any. We don't need. If we have sponsors, yes. If we don't, okay, we have a project of 3.5 million. And we are working our ways to even raise the 3.5 million. In total, we have not received. We have 1.002 million. Out of the 1.002, somebody is paying for the whole cash. So we don't even have the cash. So we've been able to raise 500,000, 502,000, yes. But we need 3.5 million, and we just have to raise it. And that's why we have to provide a value for you so that you can support, because we know if we don't provide value, some people will never. What concerns them with federal government? Is it not government that's supposed to be giving them? So why should they bother? We sent an email out and somebody told us, say, we that are hungry, you're asking us to donate. And they're not supposed to be the one giving us. Okay? But CSR is a good way for you to go. It's a good way for you to go. All right? It's a good way for you to go. And when I say be deliberate on giving gifts, I mean what I said. The gift of a man makes way for him. If your hand is very tight with giving gifts, your destiny will be very hot. You will find it difficult to move forward. You will hold your promotion by your hand. You will hold your advancement. If your hand is too tight, your destiny will be so hot. So learn to give gifts. Identify the people that have the capacity to drive your business, and you use your gift to promote their interest to advance your company. Do you know what I'm saying? By special privilege, IPM has access to most people. We have access to PAMSECs, we have access to ministers, we have access to DGs, some professors, many people we have access to. Now, These people, when we want to go and visit them, we buy wine. Sometimes we'd go with hamper. If you're in the financial industry, you understand what I mean. You go with hamper. Some of them will never use that, never use what you brought. But what have you done? You've sown a seed of remembrance. Some of them, we did large portraits of them, then we put IPM logo there. So any day they come to their office, they will see it. What are you doing? The gift of a man makes way for him. So don't be hard on yourself by thinking, withholding to yourself, you are being a good person. No. And let me be very sincere with you. Some people say bribe, corruption. When you give to people, it's bribe. But when they give to you, it's not bribe. That's funny. Nobody asked you to give anything, then you now give to the person, now you say it's bribe. They will not give you any contract on except you bribe them. Have you made any attempt to create any relationship with them before? Or do you think because you just came out of the blues and you have a well-packaged profile, they should just give you the contract? Relationship first. Relationship first. If you're not ready to build relationship, you're not ready to do business. And let me be very sincere with you. What relationship cannot give you does not exist. What relationship cannot give you does not exist. Relationship is an investment of time, money, and resources. If you're not ready to build it, don't get ready to reap from it. You see, I'm talking now like I'm angry, but I'm not angry. I'm just trying to let you know, because there are things we neglect and we think being religious, okay, let me ask a question. No. Let me ask a question. When you go to give to your pastor, it's not bribe, right? Because you feel he didn't ask you about it. Now, why do you think it's a bribe to give a gift to a local government chairman, congratulating him for winning? Why do you think it's a gift going to a director's office and giving him or her a gift? You think, you now say it will blow his, what do you call it now? It will impair his decision. Don't you know that that gift you gave to your pastor also impaired his decision? His prayer for you became more for you because you gave. So, men and brethren, we are trying our best to get you open-minded, right? Open-minded. Bribery is when they say by fire, by force, if you don't give us, we will not give you this contract. Then that's bribery. But in building relationships, you invest in it, or you intentionally. So be deliberate on giving gifts. Sit down, look at your life right now. Identify at least 5 to 10 people that can make the most change in your life before this year ends, and begin to get deliberate on building relationships with them. In our last program, we said identify, how many was it, 5 quality, make a plan to build, have at least 5 quality people in your network, 5 or 10. We said that in the last, that thing is not like you're going to just identify them and that's it. Okay, that's not just it. Okay, all right. Now, communicate frequently as much as you can. Now I'm rounding up. Now, leveraging on business automations. What do you want to do to leverage on your business automations? Number 1, boost your registrations, automate your email marketing, optimize website experience, put retargeting to use. For people that visit your website regularly, you can decide to put up ads to target them exclusively. Then improve customer service, incentivize second purchase, harness user-generated content, promote referrals, build loyalty programs, highlight corporate social responsibility, survey your customers. And that is just that. So when we get these materials, we can take the time to go through it. Now, this is a typical example of the CRM chart. You want to acquire, you want to engage, and you want to retain. So this is the name of your company. This is your marketing goal. This is your marketing target. This is your marketing duration. This is your set up your KPIs. And then for your acquisition strategies, what are the things you're going to do? You write them down. Your engagement strategies, what are the things you're going to do? You write them down. And your retention strategies, what are you going to do? You write them down. Please remember that all of these things need to be smart, simple, and specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and time-bound, right? Now, for the sake of time, I'm going to call it a day from here. So when we come tomorrow, we start dealing with product development. Do I have any question? Let's know those who we have presented. My mentor, Dr. Larry Philip, will always tell you, we need to disinfect the mind. If your mind has been disinfected, please don't let it get contaminated again. All right? So we've done disinfection, free disinfection. Now, questions, comments, contributions. The attendance sheet is going on right now. Questions, contributions, eyes water. Everyone is quiet. What is this man saying? Is he truly a Nigerian? You need to come to my project management class so that we'll talk more about these things. Okay. All right. Okay, so I'm seeing the first comment. So my first comment is, it's been a wonderful lecture. Thank you. Anthony said, it's part of the disinfection phase. All right, thank you. So Victor said, what relationship can do does not exist? Please note, it's quality relationship, or not just any kind of relationship. What quality relationship cannot do does not exist. Okay, where is the attendance sheet? So attendance sheet is on its way. Please release attendance sheet for Barrister Abiodun before we get you to court, and they will put it to us that we said attendance sheet and there was no link. Okay, so the attendance sheet is there. Okay, so let me hand over to the program coordinator for a few announcements, and then we'll be done for the day. Thank you so much. You have a wonderful time.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Bonito, once more. I won't give the review from the reaction I am seeing in the comment section. That should speak for itself. So thank you very much for exhibiting this level of patience. I noticed that from 4 down to 6, around 28 to 31 persons were locked in and refused to go out. So we thank you very much for that engagement. Those on YouTube, thank you very much for your patience and active and conscious participation. I want to be very fast with this. Please note that while we are talking about our CSR projects that we conduct or we engage in, we are also open to business and people turning in their proposals and partnerships with us at this point. We have programs designed for all levels of management, covering all but not limited to project management, procurement and contract management, human resource management, executive leadership and management development, strategic management, corporate governance, board management, ISO standards certification, compliance management, occupational health and safety, data protection and security, management consulting, business continuity management system, and training and development, amongst others. We also design programs to suit individual and corporate learning needs. Our programs have been well attended. A lot of persons have attended, like Dr. Bonito mentioned early, and a lot of corporate bodies. So at this point, we are open if you want us to train maybe your staff in your organization or any corporate body at all, even students. So we're open to partnering with you. We know that through this training, we have already established that partnership. So it is now the discussion we need to initiate in all earnest. Thank you very much for your participation. The meeting for tomorrow, the training for tomorrow will commence at exactly 10 a.m. So sorry about that break. So 10 a.m. we would be resuming. Thank you very much for your participation. So we hope to see you, and please do well. For those who have not made their payment, please make your payment. We'll paste the link again in the WhatsApp platform. So please remember the total package, including the access to the 3 program and the certifications, the templates, and all these documents that we've been flipping through our slides, is just for 30,000 naira. Discounted rates for non-members. But for members of the institute, the whole package, including your access fee of 5,000 naira, the template, certification, and the materials that have been used is for 20,000 naira for members. For members. All right, so this is the displayed on your screen is the payment channel you can use. Please don't forget, we've been getting payments from all of us. So this is the payment channel. Deposit and transfers. You have the account name there, Integrated Institute of Professional Management, the account number, the bank name. So I will leave this one, it will appear on your WhatsApp platform, and the different means that we've been using in communicating to you. So we are a global community of professionals. We've mentioned it before. Please don't, please pay attention to this emphasis we've been making about continuous professional development programs, both free and discounted. Like this one is discounted. We run free continuous development programs. So pay attention to those programs. For members, for non-members too, we want you to pay attention. You also have access. You also have access. For those who will become our member, we will make access to quality network of professionals. We'll give you that access. We'll give you access to IIPM resources. We have this gamut of resources that we will start. I think we have been giving it out to members, but there are so many others that we have stocked into our library, and we'll start making that available to members. You'll be entitled to use the membership acronym on your name. FIIPM, fellow. My name is Truslin Akalezi, FIIPM, maybe fellow Integrated Institute of Professional Management, and others. We have even acronyms from our partner body, CIMC. So you can just say, my name is Augustine Benedict ACIMC, that is accredited, or AMC, Accredited Management Consultant. So we have this partnership with the Chartered Institute of Management Consultants, USA. So those acronyms can be attached to your names. So you also have access to professional support and advisory. Please don't, it is not the case that we come to programs and we say all these things and some of us underestimate what we are saying or the strength in what we are saying. We want to immediately after every training engage us in professional advisory, and we'll give you the support needed. Sorry, I flipped through. So for membership, we told you already we have the 3 membership cadres, the categories. For associate members, you see the acronym already that we are attaching to this. Associate, those in the associate categories, AIIPM, Your requirement, minimum requirement is the degree or HND, 3 to 7 years working experience, plus proof of 3 management workshops attended in IIPM or in any other place, management workshop. The actual fee that we charge for associate membership is 85,000 naira, or its equivalent $300. Then the discounted fee for the sake of the MDA CSR project. So for you will pass through this discounted, you have the opportunity of benefiting from the discounted fee, 70,000 naira, or its equivalent of $245. For full membership, degree HND, 8 to 11 years working experience, 6 management workshop attended, the evidence you provided, the main actual fee is 120,000 naira, or its equivalent $420. Discounted fee that you will benefit or you are benefiting from is 80,000 naira, or its equivalent $280. Then for fellow cadre, degree or HND, 12 years working experience or above, proof of 7 management workshops attended, 150,000 naira is the actual fee, or its equivalent of $525. The discounted fee that you are enjoying or benefiting is 90,000 naira, or its equivalent. Now, how to become a member? Please send us your CV at membership@iipmi.org. It's displayed on your screen, so that once we get it this period, we will push you into, or you qualify to join in the next batch. The next batch for induction is on the 30th of June 2022 at Grand Cubana Hotels, Jabi. Please do well to register in time. Send us your CV to membership@iipmi.org. This is also the payment channel displayed on your screen. So I'm getting questions from the chat room. What is the name of the certificate that we would be getting during the course of this program? So I'm projecting it on the screen so that you see. You obtain a certificate as a certified, you become a certified associate business development consultant. It is a professional certificate. This is not a certificate of attendance or participation. No. For the whole time you've spent here, you see the drill we took you through and the patience you have exhibited in enduring through this program. You become a certified associate business development consultant. For those who we've been referring to as prospective consultants. So immediately after this program, you will become a consultant, the business development consultant, certified. Please, deadline of payment, don't forget, 25th of June, 2022, 25th of June. That does not mean that once it is 25th, you pay. No, before 25th, we can get your payment today, like we've been getting payments from us. So, but before June 25th, please help us, help yourself, do well to turn in your payments. The fees, again, 30,000 naira for non-members and 20,000 naira for members. 30,000 naira to access tomorrow's training, a token of 5,000 naira, and the whole package, certification, training materials, the template, 25,000 naira, non-member. For members, 5,000 access fee and 15,000 naira for the whole package. But please note, we have been so generous, 2 days free unpacking. From tomorrow, for those who will not pay until tomorrow, next tomorrow, there is no entrance to tomorrow's lecture. Please help us. No, once you pay your 30,000 naira, you don't need to pay any extra 5,000. 30,000 naira is for the total. Once you pay your 5,000 naira as the access fee, then for the whole training, the materials, the template, sorry for that mistake, the template, material, and certification is 30,000 naira. So total 35 non-members. It is displayed on the screen, so you can look at it, please. It is on the screen. Thank you very much. Please do have a lovely evening, and when you sleep, a wonderful night rest. Thank you for identifying with IIPM. We made a promise and we are keeping it. You will never regret being part of this institute. This is a professional body and you will become, in fact, you're already a professional for those who have not been before now. Congratulations, as you are just a step ahead of being a consultant, a business development consultant for those who are not. And for those who are, congratulations for filling up the wealth of knowledge up to the extent that you are at this point. Congratulations to you all. We have already started our partnership. We will continue. Thank you so much and good night.